Good afternoon and welcome to the October 15th, 2024 meeting of the Greensboro City Council. We are going to start this evening's meeting with a closed session.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move to go into closed session to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the city's attorneys and the City Council regarding litigation involving Lee BHM Corporation and Taiwo Jayoba, and to establish or to instruct the public body's staff or negotiating agents concerning the position to be taken by or on behalf of the public body in negotiating the price and other material terms of a contract or proposed contract for the acquisition of real property by purchase, option, exchange, or lease.
Okay. Do we have a second? Seconded by Mrs. Hightower. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That passes unanimously. We will return by 5:30.
Good morning. My name is Captain Tunstall. I am the commanding officer of the Greensboro Police Department's Training Division. On behalf of the Greensboro Police Department, I would like to welcome you to the graduation for the 116th Police Academy. I ask that each of you rise as the recruits from the 116th Police Academy enter the auditorium, led by the Greensboro Police Department's training staff. Please remain standing as the Greensboro Police Department's Honor Guard presents our national colors, and Mrs. Ashley Lowe honors us by singing the national anthem. It is the protocol of the Greensboro Police Department that members of our agency place their right hand over their heart at the order, "Present Arms," and we would be honored if you would join us in doing the same.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Mrs. Lowe. I will ask Police Chaplain Steve Good to offer the invocation.
Will you enter into a time of prayer and meditation with me? Heavenly Father, we come to you today grateful and thankful for each one of these officers and for the dedication to training and preparation they have demonstrated. We celebrate their accomplishments and fortitude for choosing this calling to law enforcement. God, keep each of these officers safe, build a fortress of protection around them, go behind them and before them, and keep your hand upon them, guarding them against troubles of all kinds that they will inevitably encounter, and thwart the plans to anyone who would seek to do harm to them, and teach them to take refuge in you. May each of these officers draw upon the excellent officer survival training provided by the Greensboro Police Department Training Division, and always remain safe in the face of uncertainty and danger. And Lord, grant our officers an extra measure of wisdom and discernment. Help them pay attention, see clearly, think rationally, and judge rightly. Keep them alert to danger and safeguard them against deception. Grant each of these officers a long, productive life, Lord, both in terms of time on this earth and years of service at the Greensboro Police Department. May they do their work heartily as they serve their fellow citizens. Bless us with police officers who walk with integrity, O Lord, instill in them a deep longing for justice and protect them from all corrupting influences they will continually be surrounded by, and guard them against duplicity and moral compromise. God, give our officers courage in the face of danger, make them bold and decisive, teach them to overcome their fears by wholly trusting in you, and help them to do the right thing even when they do not feel very brave doing it. And Father, give our Greensboro Police Department officers patient endurance. Let them not lose heart in doing good. Renew their strength that they might run and not grow weary, and walk and not faint, and give them fortitude and staying power to teach them to cast all their cares upon you. And for each of the families and dear friends represented today, I pray that they would support encourage, and have a real new level of understanding as they face a new way of life as the family members of a police officer. For the FTOs who will ride with these officers, I ask for wisdom, safety, and a whole heaping divine sense of patience as these police officers apply all that they have learned from the police academy. And I am so grateful to the Greensboro Police Department Training Division, who represent one of the most elite and dedicated organizations in the United States, and I thank them for how they have influenced my life and choices personally over the past 40 years. We sincerely pray these things in your holy and precious name on this 23rd day of September. Amen.
Please be seated. A police officer will face numerous challenges throughout their career, and no one can do this job alone. To be successful, it is essential to have the support of family and friends. It is through your support that these 30 recruits have made it through this academy, and we thank you. Now, please allow me to take a moment to introduce our training division staff. These dedicated individuals are committed to the success of our organization through the development and education of its personnel. This staff works tirelessly on numerous projects and programs while providing unwavering support to these recruits as well as our sworn and professional staff. They are truly a team of professionals with whom I am proud to be associated. Lieutenant Larry Patterson, Sergeant Jason Lowe, Corporal Chandler Miller, Officer Dan Harris, Officer Catherine Branson, Ms. Michelle Hebert. Please join me in giving these individuals a well-deserved round of applause. Thank you to the awesome staff that I am privileged to serve with. I would also like to thank the members of the Greensboro Fire Department who are in attendance today. We share the training facility with them and are grateful for their support and camaraderie. These individuals are selfless, and they do a great job at not only what they do, but do a great job at helping us. Just please join me in giving them a round of applause. Historically, the Greensboro Police Department presents several special awards during the Academy graduation. Today, we honor members of the 116th Police Academy who have distinguished themselves. I call upon Police Academy School Director, Sergeant Jason Lowe, and the Training Division staff to present the awards.
All right, during the academy, the students are given 40 topical areas of instruction ranging from constitutional law to driver's training to mental health awareness. Every student must pass each block of instruction while also preparing for the comprehensive state exam at the end of the course. The amount of studying required is demanding both physically and mentally as more material is presented over the course of delivery. During each class, we have one student who separates themselves academically by achieving the highest overall average during the academy. For the 116th Academy, this student finished with an overall average of 96.7, and the training staff is pleased to present the award for the highest academic average to recruit A.G. Marshall. All right, next is the Captain Dan Moore Memorial Physical Fitness Award. Each student is required to pass a physical fitness standard as set by the state of North Carolina. Everyone here on stage took the challenge on and successfully passed this test. Just as with the academic award, every student is tasked with meeting these physical goals as the academy proceeds, but there are always students who far exceed our standards. For the 116th Academy, one student entered the Academy in excellent physical shape. They continued their hard work and was a top performer in our physical fitness assessment. As I mentioned, this award's named after Dan Moore. In honor of him, Captain Dan Moore began his career with the Greensboro Fire Department in 1997 before joining the 77th PBIC in the year 2000. During his 25-year career in public safety, Dan excelled in every aspect of professions, from tactical operations and undercover work to training and coaching. A key consistency in Captain Moore's routine was daily, imaginative, rigorous exercise and physical training. He could regularly be found in any one of the police gyms or pounding the pavement early in the morning or late at night, preparing for his day to come. Captain Moore also regularly joined the planned runs with whichever PBIC was in session, generally as the highest ranking and oldest officer in the runs, typically leading the formation. Up until his cancer diagnosis and untimely death in late 2021, Dan always led the way, and his infectious spirit lives on with many in our agency. Each academy class recognizes its recruit with the most impressive overall physical fitness standards throughout the program. For the 116th Academy, I'm proud to present the Captain Dan Moore Memorial Physical Fitness Award to recruit Jay Razzo. Firearms Award is presented by our firearms instructors to the student who displays excellent marksmanship skills. In addition to this award, each student is eligible for an individual award for scoring 98% or higher during their qualification course. The recruits that reach this level of proficiency are recruit Lemons, Smith, Stevens, Eder, Harper, Hill, and Razzo. Over the 2 weeks of firearms training, students are taken from basic firearm terminology to a state-required combat course where accuracy and weapon control is tested under stress. Students range from never having fired a weapon to being well-versed in firearm use. One student was chosen from this class based on their firearms qualification scores and their overall firearms course performance. The recipient of the Firearms Award for the 116th Police Academy is recruit P.S. Smith. All right, SCAT is the acronym for Subject Control and Arrest Techniques, is the course that incorporates what you may better be known as defensive tactics. Each student is given instruction in handcuffing techniques, subject control, and officer safety. The department's SCAT instructors choose a student who not only demonstrates proficiency in the classroom and map room, but also personifies those immeasurable components of heart and drive. For the 116th Police Academy, the recipient of the SCAT Award is presented to recruit C. Griffin. All right, the Sergeant Dale Nix Instructor Award. On December 30th, December 23, Sergeant Nix tragically lost his life doing the duties that these recruits are signing up to do. Sergeant Nix began his public service career as a telecommunicator with Guilford Metro 911 in 1998 and then joined the police department in 2001 as a member of the 79th PBIC. During his 22-year career as a police officer, he was a patrol officer, detective, patrol corporal, patrol sergeant, a member and team leader of the Honor Guard team, a member and team leader of peer support team, and sergeant over the Family Victims Unit. Sergeant Nix began instructing in GPD academies in 2007, leaving his mark on future officers for over 17 years. He continuously gave his time to help instruct in the academy and always received great reviews as an outstanding instructor. The delivery of the Police Academy is an opportunity for each of our new employees to be given the state blocks of instruction while also becoming part of the City of Greensboro and their new family at the Police Department. The 116th Police Academy consisted of roughly over 1,000 hours of instruction that is provided by our assigned training staff and many instructors throughout the department. Each instructor brings something to the class that they are assigned and are an integral part of one of the best instructional academies in the Southeast. Even with all that, we have instructors that step forward and demonstrate a commitment to both the department and the academy students. For the 116th Academy, one instructor was chosen above all others for their level of dedication in providing excellent instruction, quality work, and meeting the rigorous demands placed by both the state of North Carolina and the training staff. This instructor received excellent reviews by the students and was the lead instructor on a block that many students identified as one of the best that they sat through. It's my pleasure to present the Sergeant Dale Nix Instructor Award for the 116th Police Academy to Corporal Dan Hayden. I'm not sure if he made it. Dan, you here? Did you see him earlier? I don't see him. All right, he must have had to step out. Oh, here he is.
On June 27, 1978, a brave hero, Greensboro police officer Michael Gray Winslow, lost his life in a vehicle crash while responding to assist another officer who had called for assistance. Although any police death is a tragic event, Michael's death was made even more sobering because of his youth and just a few months beyond his 21st birthday. Michael was a member of the 50th Police Academy. And since Michael had not yet turned 21 at the time of his class graduation, he had to wait until February 16, 1978 to be sworn in as a Greensboro police officer. Although Officer Winslow's career was very short and ended tragically, his enthusiasm of police service endures, nurtured by his family through their sponsorship of a truly special award presented in Michael's honor. As a continuing memorial to Michael, his family supports the Michael G. Winslow Memorial Award, which distinguishes overall excellence and professionalism exhibited by one member of each graduating class. The Michael G. Winslow Memorial Award is the highest an Academy graduate can receive. This award is presented on the basis of selection by the class members themselves, and serves as a lasting testimony that its recipient was found to possess those personal values, attitudes, and abilities which are characteristic of a true police professional. Presenting this award is Deputy Chief of Police Doug Tabler, who received this award as a member of the 73rd Police Academy. It is my honor and privilege to announce the recipient of the 116th Police Academy's Michael G. Winslow Award, Recruit A.G. Marshall. Now I would like to call forward Greensboro Chief of Police John Thompson to offer his remarks and welcome our special guest.
Good morning. I'm Police Chief John Thompson. I'd like to thank everyone for taking the time to come out this morning in support of the Greensboro Police Department and the 116th Police Academy class. I'd like to thank the members of council, and I see Mayor Vaughn, City Council Person Mary Kay Abuzader, City Council Person Tammy Thurm, and City Council Person Hugh Holston. I don't think I missed anyone. They are here today to show their support, not only for those that are on the stage graduating, but for the police department as a whole. I would like to thank any other elected officials that I did not name, our law enforcement partners, and other organizations here to support us this morning. I'd further like to thank all of those from the community that have taken the time to come here and show support for the Greensboro Police Department. Came in this morning and I saw more people here than we typically see, and I had asked, I said, they know this isn't the private showing of Beetlejuice, right? This is the Academy graduation, so if you were here for that, you could probably sneak out and nobody would notice you. But I would like to thank every single police officer and our professional staff, all of whom have chosen to dedicate their time and their talent to serving this great city. I'd like to take a few moments to speak mainly to two groups today. First, the family and friends here to support the members of the 116th Police Academy, and then second, the members of the 116th Police Academy. To the family, friends, and supporters, I ask for you to remember three things: patience, support, and pride. Patience, due to the many long nights to come, the missed holidays, tough calls, and all of the difficulties and challenges that come with this noble profession. Support. Support for the soon-to-be officers here on the stage as they come into one of the most trying professions where support can be lacking and recognition for the amazing work can be minimalized. Lastly, pride. Not just pride for the members on this stage, but be proud of your role in their success. Recognize that their achievements and successes are your achievements and successes. To the graduating class, you are coming into a phenomenal department, I would say the best in the country. And this is a very exciting time. We are one of the highest paid with some of the best incentives of any department in the state. We are using new technology and specialized units to fight crime in Greensboro. Our community truly supports us every day in our efforts to make Greensboro safe for all people. And if you had any doubt, just take a look out in the audience and see how many are here to support you today. With this, I ask you to remember 4 tenets that I have spoken about since my swearing in as Chief of Police. Those 4 tenets are compassion, service, hard work, and humility. All things we do with compassion. As the police motto directs, we protect and serve. Always remember to serve. Hard work is a principle I have tried to live by every day. Gandhi said, "Satisfaction lies in the effort, not in the attainment. Full effort is full victory." Lastly, do your work with humility. I'm sure most of you, like the officers who came before you, chose this profession to serve others and not recognition. Please always remember to keep a humble heart. I am fortunate that I have a wife of 24 years and 9-year-old twins that keep me humble every single day. In closing, thank you, family and friends, for your support to the recruits here on the stage and members of the 116th Police Academy. Thank you for choosing a career of service.
Now, as is customary at our Greensboro Police Department Academy graduation, a student is selected to represent them. At this time, I call forward Recruit A.G. Marshall to deliver the class address.
Good morning, everyone. As was said, my name is Adam Marshall, and it is a privilege to speak with you all today on behalf of the 116th. First things first, I want to thank my peers for the opportunity to speak with you all today. It is an honor to share with you all a glimpse of our experience within the Academy. There are countless stories that each of us have from the past 6 months, so many that I would not be able to cover them all, but I'll do my best to hit the highlights. We had some success stories, like overcoming the physical fitness test, qualifying in firearms, and surviving the academic portion of the Academy. The success stories will always be looked back on as accomplishments and proud moments. These were milestones within the Academy because we knew it was one more step in our training. On the other side of things, we also had some other stories that were not so successful, like showing up late on the first day, wearing our uniforms outside of Academy grounds, and complimenting Sergeant Lowe on his looks. It's stories like these that ensured our physical fitness was much improved from the first day to the last. We will always remember these moments, no matter how hard we try to forget them, and regardless, the Academy provided us memories we can all share. Within the last 6 months, we've grown together as a group and formed a bond that we had all heard about, but were unsure of, but now we know. Plenty of tasks required us to handle them ourselves, but there are plenty more that require us to trust one another. Kind of like that time we were introduced to the taser and the pepper spray, and I can honestly say that day is impossible alone. Practical experiences also stress the topic of trust, as we had to trust each other and that we knew what we were doing. It was training like this that opened our eyes to what we were learning in the classroom and how to apply it in the field each and every day. In a few short days, these practical scenarios are no longer pass or fail. No longer is there an administrative timeout, and there is no reset button. These practical scenarios are now our job. Though this may seem daunting, this is what we've been working towards throughout the entire Academy. With every class, every practical, and every test, we knew that we were one step closer to our ultimate goal, which was earning our badge today. I could not tell you how many times the words, "I can't wait," were said to one another as we went through the Academy. Not to wish this experience away, but out of pure excitement to get into the field and fulfill our reasons for being here in the first place. Before I continue, I think it is important to mention that policing is not meant for everybody. There are challenges presented in this career that will arise only in this career. And though I am unable to speak from personal experience, what I can tell you is that the 30 men and women standing before you today are willing to face those challenges. Though our training is not finished, and nor will it ever truly be finished, I am a firm believer that there is a reason each of us are here today. I can only hope that through every challenge and obstacle we face, we will continue to hold fast to our reasons why. Our reasons why are vastly different from one another, and that is how it should be. It means each of us will have a passion within law enforcement, which will push us all in different directions. But at the end of the day, our reason why is what we can rely on to continue in this career. I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to the training staff, as well as these instructors who invested their time into our training. We can only begin to imagine the amount of time set aside by each of our instructors to ensure that we were prepared not only to take a test, but to apply what we've learned in the workforce. See us succeed, not only in the Academy, but everything past that. Each day we knew who would give us an honest assessment, and this only motivated us further. You all are responsible for the environment for which we are trained in, and none of us would wish that any differently. Words cannot express enough our gratitude for your time, efforts, and guidance as we begin our journey in law enforcement. And by the way, happy birthday, Sergeant Lowe. Thank you all, the 116th.
Sergeant Lowe, at this time, please prepare the 116th Police Academy for graduation and receipt of their diplomas and the badges of their office.
Class, on your feet. At this time, I will call each recruit up to receive their diploma and to have their badge pinned. Each recruit has selected a loved one to pin his or her badge on them for the first time. If you are pinning a badge, at this time, I will call each recruit up to receive their diploma and to have their badge pinned. Each recruit has selected a loved one to pin his or her badge on them for the first time. If you are pinning a badge, I would ask that you line up to my right to your left side of the stage and begin walking to the stage as I read your loved one's name. Muhammad Isa Abdul Malik, pinned by his wife Qatar, daughter Rita, and son Axel. Nathaniel Carlton Austin Jr., pinned by his mother, Veronica Oates, and father, Nathaniel Austin Sr. Andrew McShane Baxter, pinned by his wife Alicia, son Griffin, and daughter Hannah. Arian Dorado Chapman, penned by his parents, Brian and Dana Chapman. Braden Chapman, penned by his uncle Frank Panza. Kayla Cumberlander, penned by her brother Miles Cumberlander. Jalen Currence Daniels, penned by his father, North Carolina State Trooper Avery Lee. Tristan Wesley Eder, penned by his parents, Frederick and Susan Eder. Emilio Gonzalez, penned by his wife Rachel and parents Alvin and Melissa Gonzalez. Arquez Gray, penned by his wife, Greensboro Police Officer Persha Gray. Charles Griffin III, penned by his wife Tracy, sons Jeremiah and Josiah, daughters Jamie, Juliet, and Judith, and mother Jamie Webster. Dwight Von Harper, penned by his wife Kristen and daughter Lillian. Abraham Hill, penned by his wife Hannah. Tanner Philip Hahn, penned by his wife Lily Hester. Hayden Hughes, penned by his father, Tracy Hughes. Raquan Knox Gonzalez, penned by his parents, Ty and Vicky Knox. Jason Lemons, penned by his parents, Jason and Beth Lemons. Adam Marshall, penned by his father, Mike Marshall. Christina Marshall, penned by her son Josiah and daughter Mackenzie, and parents Norman Marshall and Shirley Maddox. Latalin Maxwell, penned by his mother, Latasha Starks. Terrence Mitchell, Jr., penned by his father, Terrence Mitchell, and mother, Zenobia Brinson. Ryan Matthews Peters, penned by his father, Rick Browning. Tariq LaShawn Ramsour, penned by his daughter, Kennedy Addison Ramsour. Jorge Razzo, penned by his parents, Jorge and Maria Razzo. Paul Smith, penned by his mother, Christy Lentz. Parker Stevens, penned by his parents, Todd and Jody Stevens. Hayden Summers, penned by his parents Harold and Lori Summers. Chase Bronson, penned by his parents Tate and Debbie Bronson. Sarah Walker, penned by her mother, Sheila Walker. Josh Wheeler, penned by his wife, Kendra.
I will now ask City Clerk Angie Lord to administer the oath of office. A special thank you to Lawndale Baptist Church, who provided the Bibles for each of our new police officers.
Please place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Muhammad Isa Abdul Malik. I, Nathaniel Carlin Austin Jr. I, Andrew McShane Baxter.
I, Arian Dorado Chapman. I, Braden Scott Chapman.
I, Kaylin Vanessa Cumberlander.
I, Kaylin Attorney James.
I, Tristan Wesley Geter.
I, Emilio David Gonzalez.
I, James Cooper.
I, Charles Griffin III.
I, Dwight Von Harper.
I, Abraham Matthew Hill.
I, Tanner Phillip Long.
I, Hayden Isaiah Hughes.
I, Raquan Maurice Knox Gonzalez.
I, Casey Gabriel Lincoln Jr. I, Adam Gregory Marshall.
I, Christina Naomi Marshall.
I, Dylan Stefan Maxwell.
I, Terrence Emma Mitchell Jr. I, Ryan Matthew Peters.
I, Tyreek LaShawn Ramsey.
I, Jorge Raza.
I, Paul Scott Smith.
I, Parker Hayden Stevens.
I, Hayden Landis Summers.
I, Chase Michael Bronson.
I, Sarah Elizabeth Walker.
I, Joshua Ryan Wheeler.
Do solemnly swear. That I will support. The Constitution of the United States. So help me God. I do further solemnly. And sincerely swear. That I will be faithful. And bear true allegiance. To the state of North Carolina. And to the constitutional powers. And authorities. Which are or may be established. For the government thereof. And that I will endeavor to support. Maintain and defend. The Constitution of said state. Not inconsistent with. The Constitution of the United States. To the best of my knowledge and ability. So help me God. I do further solemnly swear. That I will be alert and vigilant. To enforce the criminal laws. Of this state. That I will not be influenced. In any matter. On account of personal bias or prejudice. That I will faithfully. And impartially execute. The duties of my office. As a law enforcement officer. For the City of Greensboro, North Carolina. According to the best of my skill. Abilities, judgment. And according to law. So help me God. Congratulations, officers, and welcome to the City of Greensboro.
Thank you, Ms. Lord. Just real quick, I just want to address the Academy and give you a quote from Bruce Barton, who was an author, a politician, and an advertiser. He said, "Nothing splendid has ever been achieved except by those who dared to believe that something inside them was superior to circumstance." As you guys heard in Recruit Marshall's speech, we've poured a lot into you. Your family is pouring a lot into you. The citizens and the city government is pouring a lot into you. So now we want you to take what's been poured into you and in every circumstance, create something splendid. Congratulations to each of you. Sergeant Lowe, you may dismiss the 116th Police Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the graduation ceremony for the 116th Police Academy. We ask that you wait in the lobby area while our new officers complete some necessary paperwork. They will join you in the lobby when they are finished. Thank you all for coming.
A few mangoes, peaches, lime, garlic, cilantro. What does this have the makings of?
Mango habanero salsa that we're going to make today.
Well, of course, salsa. And it is the annual Men Can Cook event for the Women's Resource Center. Chris Wayne Scott is on the board. You've been participating for lots of years, I know. Tell us about this event.
So this event is really great. This is our 24th year of the event. And it's really just a chance for men in the community that are community leaders, lawyers, business individuals, and just men that just love to cook. You get to be part of this event. We're going to have about 50 chefs for the event this year, and it's just great fun.
Is it a judged event, or do tasters get to choose their favorites?
No, selfishly, there are times I wish there was a little bit of that, but no. It's really a great time that we get to come together, hear some great music by the band Low Key, good food, and we get to also enjoy some of the local spirits from vendors like Fainting Goat and Steelhead.
Yeah, so because it's Men Can Cook with a twist. I see that, and that's the twist.
That's the
There's a little something extra. It's not just food this year.
That's right.
So fun. How did you get involved with the Women's Resource Center?
I got involved a couple of years ago just through our organization. I was working with VF Corporation and had a chance. They were looking for some volunteers to participate in this event, and another gentleman and I that were part of our employee resource group said yes, and got connected, found out more about the Women's Resource Center, and just fell in love with the event and this group.
And so, do you cook normally? Is this like a thing you normally, are you the cook at home or anything?
I love to cook at home. My wife is a phenomenal cook, and so, but being in the kitchen, cooking together is one of the great things that we enjoy to do together.
We're going to let you kind of get to work a little bit. We're going to come back and check in with you in just a minute. But first, we want to talk to Audrey Amos with the Women's Resource Center. All right, so tell us exactly about the mission of the Women's Resource Center.
Right, so we meet women where they are, and our mission is self-sufficiency, and we do that by assessing needs and getting women connected to either the resources or services we provide here or local resources in the community. Could be helping women start a business or to find a job. We have a program, Women to Work, that specifically does that. We have an attorney hotline, which gives women 15 minutes with an attorney to just kind of define their rights and their responsibilities. We have a community resource counseling where women can meet with someone to really kind of say, this is really what I need, and we can get them connected with resources in the community.
And so how does this event support the Women's Resource Center?
Yeah, so this is our biggest and only fundraiser. Our goal is to raise about $100,000 for our organization through this fundraiser, and we do that through the ticket sales, which are on sale now. And we do that through our silent auction as well, and through our sponsorships.
And when is the event? Give us all the details.
Yes, so it'll be Saturday, October 5th at Piedmont Hall off of Westgate City Boulevard from 5:30 to 8:30.
Lots of good food and lots of fun.
Yes, yeah, we'll have the live entertainment, we'll have a fun photo booth, and of course the twisting tasting room as well.
We love it. We love it. Okay, we need to check back in with Chris and see what's happening over here. All right, you're quite good at dicing and slicing.
Well, we're working right now on sliced mango, and just kind of getting everything prepared together for the salsa.
I can already smell that you've gotten that habanero chopped up as well. I was a little nervous about that one. That's the gloves, right?
That's the gloves. Don't touch the eyes.
And is this a family recipe, a secret recipe, or one that you just found and wanted to try?
It was just one that I found and wanted to try. Just love mangoes this time of the year, and the idea of having just a good salsa is easy to do, and it's something you can put together easily with just chips, or you can use this on chicken, pork, and a great marinade.
And will you be making this for the Men Can Cook event?
Not this year. Actually, this year, this was just for today and for the women here. But no, this year we'll be making a banana pudding.
Ooh, the dessert. You're showing your sweet side. You're kind of your spicy side today, your sweet side on the night of the event.
That's right.
And what is your most favorite thing that the Women's Resource Center does in our community?
You know, I think the thing that makes the Women's Resource Center special is just how they meet the women where they are at a time that they need just the help. And oftentimes it's you just don't know what you don't know, and you just need to know where to start. And I think that's what makes the Women's Resource Center so special, is that it just helps the women get connected with the groups and the activities that they need in the time that they need it most.
Well said. Thanks, Chris. Thank you, Audrey. We appreciate it. And you can learn more about the event. It's coming up on October 5th. It is the annual Men Can Cook with a Twist to benefit the Women's Resource Center. Find out more online at womencentergso.org. There are still summer openings for Safety Town Greensboro. The 2-week program introduces 5- and 6-year-olds to safety lessons on strangers, traffic, fire, police, poison, water, and much more. They even get to practice traffic crossings in a kid-sized town complete with traffic lights, crosswalks, and pedal cars. Sessions run through August at Barber Park and Lewis Recreation Center. Register today at safetytowngreensboro.com.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the Greensboro Coliseum. You can hear our birds are chirping today, so it's an exciting day in the Greensboro Coliseum for this special announcement. Many of you have experienced memorable and remarkable moments in this building. And many of you or your families will see new and exciting moments in the future as this building is launched into a new era under Oakview Group management. On July 1st, the City of Greensboro and City Council made a historic change to private management. And that is just the beginning of positive change for our operation. I think it's also important to realize that virtually everyone you know, virtually everyone in the Triad or surrounding counties have had some interaction with the Coliseum, be it an event or other things. And there's that connection with our community that's an important piece of this puzzle. Whether that interaction was a high school or college graduation, you attended an ACC tournament or basketball game, a hockey game back when we had hockey, other ice skating events like the United States Figure Skating Championships. Everyone has a connection to the Greensboro Coliseum. Could also be Monster Truck Jam or Walt Disney's World on Ice. There's a lot of different options. And that's what makes Greensboro a special place to gather, Greensboro Coliseum a special place to gather with friends and family. Our history of events, along with our reputation for excellent customer service and high quality of live entertainment events, is what leads us to today's historic announcement. I'd like to introduce the folks on the stage with me. Mayor Nancy Vaughn to my left. Todd Williams, who is Market President of First Horizon Bank. And Doug Higgins, who is Senior Vice President of OVG Facilities. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the mayor to make our announcement.
Good morning. It is so fun to be here for this historic announcement, and I do want to recognize my council member colleagues, Zach Matheny, Hugh Holston, Mary Kay Abuzawader, Goldie Wells, and Sharon Hightower. We have all been very active in things that have gone on in the Greensboro Coliseum. We are very excited for the future of the Coliseum under private management. A lot of people have asked, will we see changes when there is the change to private management? Quite frankly, I think the change has been seamless. Anybody who went to a concert or an event in May and then went to one maybe in July or August didn't notice any difference, which was wonderful and was what we wanted. But today you are going to notice a difference. This is really a decision that was 60 years in the making. And one group of people that are going to find this decision exceptionally interesting will be the City of Greensboro taxpayers. This is an amazing building, and it is a magnet for people across the state and across the region to come in and see great concerts, sporting events right here in this facility. But it's the City of Greensboro, it's our taxpayers who pay for this facility and pay for the upkeep. Well, now we're going to have a corporate partner who is going to help us with that by making a significant investment in this Coliseum, which will take some of the pressure off of the city's taxpayers. So that is really when people say, well, what's the big deal? What's in it for me? Well, that's what's in it for you. And this is just one of many announcements that are coming. Today's announcement is a prime example of the benefits of the Oakview Group management and their capabilities. I'm thrilled to announce that for the first time in our 65-year history of this incredible facility, that we have naming rights for the Coliseum. The Greensboro Coliseum and First Horizon Bank have reached a long-term naming rights agreement, and the Coliseum will now be known as, do you have a drum roll or anything? First Horizon Coliseum. I want to say a big thank you to First Horizon for being an investment in the Coliseum and the City of Greensboro. Thank you so much. And thank you for helping us meet this milestone. This was one of the 3 bullet points that we gave OVG that we really wanted to see happen quickly. And considering that they just took over on July 1st, and here we are with that first bullet point they can check right off, I want to say thank you to OVG for your hard work making this happen. And so I am going to turn this over to Todd Williams.
Thank you, Mayor Vaughn, and thanks everyone for being here today. Good morning. My name is Todd Williams, and I am the Triad Market President for First Horizon Bank. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the strife and hard times of our friends across the Southeast, but especially our friends and colleagues in Western North Carolina. Many had planned to join us today as part of our team and are unable to be here for all the hard times they're experiencing. So we will continue to remember them in our thoughts and prayers and would hope that you would do the same as our bank continues to support those in need. I've been a proud resident of North Carolina most of my life and a proud resident of Greensboro and a taxpayer for the last 10 years. And those are 2 of many of the reasons I'm thrilled to be the first person to welcome you to First Horizon Coliseum. We are honored to have our name on this iconic venue. I remember as a school kid in North Carolina watching many ACC tournaments in this iconic venue and look forward to seeing that again. This Coliseum is a symbol of First Horizon's commitment to Greensboro and North Carolina. And none of this would be possible without our big bank hustle and small bank muscle. That's what we call our winning combination. Our vision and resources fueled this opportunity, but it is the heart and passion we feel for this community that brought it to life. With this new partnership, First Horizon Bank aims to raise the ability of both our brand, our community, and the Coliseum, and build upon our reputation as a community-focused bank. For over 160 years, First Horizon Bank has been committed to
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening and welcome to the October 15th, 2024 meeting of the Greensboro City Council. I do need a motion to return into open session.
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Abuzuader, seconded by Dr. Wells. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And that passes unanimously. I do want to recognize that Councilwoman Tammy Thurm is attending remotely. Tammy, are you there?
I'm here. Who said I'm here? Can you hear me?
Okay. Let the record reflect that all members are in attendance and that Mrs. Thurm is on Zoom. We're in the Katie Dorset Council Chamber. Let's begin tonight's meeting with a moment of silence. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, would you lead us in the pledge?
I think I remember it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So this evening is the first meeting of our new city manager, Trey Davis. Mr. Davis, could you please introduce the Youth Courier?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Our youth courier is here with us. She is a student at Dudley High School, and we are very appreciative for her being with us tonight. I will provide you with all of her information. She is Summer Kelly. She's a senior at Dudley and an honor student. Ms. Kelly is a member of the National Honor Society with a 4.0 GPA.
Ooh.
She is due to finish her coursework early this December and will walk the stage and receive her diploma in June of 2025. This past summer, Kelly was a participant at the National Academy of Future Physicians and Medicinal Sciences located at Harvard University. Kelly hopes to attend either High Point or Wingate University in the fall of 25 to pursue a degree in biology. When her head isn't in the books, you can catch her singing and dancing around the house and spending time with her nephew, Messiah, who she also adores. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please silence all electronic devices. If you must make or receive a phone call, kindly do so from outside the chamber. The Greensboro City Council welcomes resident input. It is important for all attendees to feel that the Katie Dorsett Council Chamber is a welcoming and safe space, and that residents feel empowered to bring issues of concerns before their elected officials. The City of Greensboro is committed to promoting an environment that is free of discrimination, bias, and bullying. Therefore, speakers shall refrain from personal attacks. The presiding officer has the authority to enforce the rules of decorum. Speakers or audience members who intentionally disrupt the meeting or ridicule other speakers will be given a warning, and if unheeded, will be removed from the meeting. That person or persons will be suspended from in-person participation for the next 3 months. In order to preserve their right to free speech, they may attend virtually by Zoom, by phone, or may submit comments via email. Individuals may sign up to speak to specific consent or business agenda items. The subject will be noted, and if it requires action, the city clerk will notice such and provide steps for any required response. Speakers must be signed up to speak by 6 p.m. Any speakers' handouts must be provided to the city clerk or courier for distribution to council. Residents are not allowed to approach the dais unless invited by council to do so. All speakers must check in with the courier to confirm their presence at the meeting. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes and can speak once on any agenda item. Depending on the number of speakers, City Council may decrease that time. The order in which the speakers are called is at the discretion of the mayor or presiding officer. Zoning matters do allow for a 15-minute presentation both for and against the rezoning. There is also a 5-minute rebuttal period for each side. By statute, council members must vote on all items unless there is a direct financial interest or if they sit on a board of a nonprofit receiving funding from the city. All votes must be moved and seconded, and the presiding officer will announce the vote total. We do have a consent agenda for items G1 through G13, which are a grouping of agenda items that are voted on with one single vote to expedite what are believed to be routine and non-controversial items. Any council member may withdraw an item from the consent agenda due to a conflict of interest or for the purpose of voting no. Items removed from the consent agenda for discussion will be placed on the November 19th City Council business agenda. This meeting does include closed captioning. Depending on the length of tonight's meeting, we may take a short recess around 7:30. Council has postponed items 2024-645, which is a resolution authorizing and approving bond anticipation notes and the amendment and restatement of a joint governmental agreement regarding the Piedmont Triad Regional Water Authority, and 2024-646, a resolution approving the city's obligations under its joint governmental agreement among the city, the Piedmont Triad Water Authority, and other local governments. This was continued from the September 24th meeting to the October 15th meeting. Staff has advised additional research is needed and requested that the items be postponed to the November 4th meeting. Is there a motion to that effect? Second. Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Dr. Wells. All in favor say aye. Aye. Mrs. Thurm? Tammy?
Aye. I'm sorry.
That's okay, and that passes 9-0. The council has also been requested to postpone items H1 and H2. Items H1 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for property located at 9206 West Market and a portion of 118 Kidd Road, 20.94 acres. Mark Isaacson for Shelley Scanlon of Colfax Realty, LLC, and others. And item H2, a public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning of 9206 West Market and 118 Kidd Road, Mark Isaacson for Shelley Scanlon of Colfax Realty LLC to the January 21st, 2025 meeting of council without further advertising due to additional required testing. Do we have a motion?
Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Abuzawader, seconded by Mr. Holston. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And that passes 9-0. I do want to take a moment. I know that we have a very busy agenda this evening, but I think it's important to take a few minutes to address the IRC's announcement that they will be ceasing the 24/7 drop-in operations, White Flag, and their rapid rehousing program effective November 1st. Yesterday morning, we had a meeting scheduled with the county and the IRC. The purpose of that meeting was to discuss ongoing operations of the IRC. We were informed by the IRC that they had decided to reduce their scope of services, returning to their day center model. January 17th of this year, with increased funding from the city and the county, the IRC expanded their hours of operation. Since that time, they have attempted to serve more unsheltered people. Unfortunately, that increase has also resulted in escalating 911 calls and a disruption to immediate businesses. Based on experience, EMS would no longer respond to the IRC without police presence. The city has a responsibility to all people. We attempted to provide solutions, but due to the IRC's philosophy of being a low-barrier shelter, our suggestions were deemed incompatible to their organizational values. Unfortunately, the IRC did not provide alternatives for consideration. We appreciate that the IRC will continue to manage the Doorway Project, which will house 83 individuals through the winter months and return to their day shelter. We view the recent developments as an opportunity for other service providers and the continuum of care to help fill the void by the IRC's recent announcement. I would like City Manager Davis to also address this.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the first note to make is an indication of the call volume that our police and fire have responded to over this past year. Our police department has responded to the IRC for calls for service 1,341 times, requiring over 1,700 work hours. When you include the 500-foot radius in areas around which we've received calls to other areas in that vicinity, there's an additional 259 calls, which is roughly about 1,600 calls for service. If you look at the compensation total for the man hours, it's nearly $8,000. Our fire department has responded to more than 350 calls and totaling more than $260,000 in man hours. And I have not utilized the EMS calls because that is a county function, and I would rather they speak to those. But I just wanted to give some context. And based on what the mayor indicated in reference to the IRC's press release and their announcement, due to that, that indicates to the city of their intentions to breach the terms of the agreement. And in accordance with that contract, the city has communicated to the IRC a notice of termination for calls effective October 31st. Any work invoiced to the city after that date will not be paid, and the contract is considered void after October 31st. But I will say that both the city and the county have requested additional information so that we can attempt to look at ways to address the issues that we're facing. We all know that we're entering into colder months, so city staff are pursuing the following measures to address our sheltering and our White Flag potential needs. So as you noted, Mayor, the expansion of our Doorway project to increase from 56 to 83 beds at our Pomona Park location is in motion. We are engaging those in the interfaith community to explore additional sheltering and White Flag opportunities. We're also working with our county and our COC partners and different agencies regarding any emergency and winter sheltering that we might need. so that we can ensure that there's proper resources and distribution of efforts and potential to increase capacity for support services. I want to make sure that everyone knows that the city remains committed to ensuring that individuals in our community have access to safe and warm sheltering during the winter months. Recognizing the urgent need for those that are experiencing homelessness, the city is open to collaboration with local organizations to provide comprehensive support regarding our winter sheltering opportunities. Our focus is on supporting a compassionate and holistic community, a response that prioritizes safety, health, and well-being for all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I'm sure that you'll hear more about this in the days to come. We do not have any ceremonial or presentation items. We will move on to our consent agenda. Is there a motion? Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote.
Councilmember Thurm?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. Items H1 and H2 have been continued. We did have one speaker signed up to speak on H1, Nick Blackwood. We will not be hearing that meeting. We will not be hearing that item this evening. We'll move on to items H3 and H4. H3 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for properties located at 4616, 4620, 4628, and 4634 South Holden Road, 37.66 acres, Amanda Hodiern, for Clarice Forsyth Collins and others. And items H4, a public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning 4616, 4620, 4628, and 4634 South Holden Road, Amanda Hodiern, for Clarice Collins and others. These items were postponed from the September 24th meeting without further advertising. If you intend to speak on this item, please sign up with the Courier.
Good evening, members of City Council. Again, the request this evening is for annexation and original zoning of these properties on South Holden Road from the existing County RS40 residential single-family and AG agricultural to city planned unit development. North of the request is currently zoned County RS40 residential single-family. East of the request is zoned County RS40 residential single-family and County CZHI conditional zoning heavy industrial. South of the request is zoned County RS40 and County AG with a small bit of City R3 just beyond that. West of the request is zoned County AG agricultural. The subject property currently has single-family dwellings as well as agricultural uses. North of the request are single-family dwellings and an electrical substation. East, south, and west of the request contain single-family dwellings and undeveloped land. The properties are currently designated as both residential and industrial on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and as industrial and exurban on the future built form map. This is a plan unit development zoning request, so there is an associated unified development plan to go with this. This is also conditional zoning, and these are the conditions that were submitted by the applicants for this request. Staff has concluded that this request does support the comprehensive plan's filling in our framework, big idea, to arrange our land uses for where we live, work, attend school, shop, and enjoy our free time to create a more vibrant and livable Greensboro, and the Creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices. The proposed planned development as condition limits uses to single-family detached residential development that is similar to existing uses in the surrounding area and also supportive of nearby industrial uses. The Greensboro Planning and Zoning Commission heard these items at their meeting on August the 19th. They voted to recommend approval of the request 6-2. There was one speaker in favor and 5 in opposition. I can answer any questions.
We do have speakers signed up for and against. For is Amanda Hodiern and Dion Brown.
Good evening. Nice to see you again, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Amanda Hodiern. My offices are at 804 Green Valley Road, Suite 200 here in Greensboro. I'm here tonight on behalf of the property owners, the Cockerham family, as well as Pin Oak Farm, LLC, but also the would-be developer and contract purchaser of this property, D.R. Horton. D.R. Horton is, of course, a frequent contributor to our housing stock needs and residential communities here in Greensboro and across the county, and is excited about this opportunity to keep making its contributions to our housing stock and housing needs here in Greensboro. I have with me tonight some technical experts should we need them. As you've heard, I have Dion Brown from Davenport Engineering. They conducted our traffic study on this property. Also have with me Lee Bryant from Evans Engineering, who has done our civil design work and UDP planning. So quickly, I just want to go over the summary of the request. It's over 37 acres. We are requesting PUD zoning, but this is a single-use PUD, just single family. We have a maximum of 118 homes being proposed here. That's by condition, and that equates to an R3 density, which is in keeping with the residential land use pattern that we see in the area. This request is consistent with the GSO 2040 future land use map, which designates the area residential and industrial. We'll talk about that more in a little bit. And notably, this request meets the written policies of filling in our framework, which is all about mixing land uses and placing people near where they want to work and play, and creating great places, which is about creating and maintaining established neighborhoods and viable, vibrant places for people to live. We do have water and sewer utility service immediately available at the site. Water is in Holden Road, and sewer outfall is actually on this site itself, on the subject property. This request also meets the Sustainability Action Plan adopted by the city in providing for increased density and mixing of land uses to limit sprawl and unnecessary travel. So I mentioned the UDP. This is the Unified Development Plan. Of course, this document has to accompany any PUD proposal, so this just shows you a few key factors about the proposed use here. I said this was a fully residential case, and you can see that here. I wanted to look at this because it starts to tell the story of why this is a compelling residential site. You'll note that over 50% of the area here is preserved in open space. So if I can show you with the cursor here, these are our property boundaries of the subject property. It tracks like this. But just these large, sort of this pod here and this throw here is the only part that would be developed. So it's a cluster subdivision, a conservation subdivision, resulting in 50% open space, and the reason is because this is an environmentally challenged piece of property. It's got a lot going on, a lot to navigate, but to be able to ensconce some housing in between these natural environmental features, we're able to turn those characteristics into a site amenity rather than an obstacle that would preclude development of this location. And that's why we have to do this as a PUD request, as opposed to a standard R3 zoning request, in order to create those cluster-sized lots. I'm sorry to go back. This also shows that we have two proposed means of ingress and egress into the site. This is what was studied by our traffic impact analysis. Looking at our land use pattern here, I wanted to show you both the city and county zoning maps. The city's map is on your left-hand side. The county's map is on your right. You'll note from the city's map, it's mostly grayed out, and that's because most of this area has not elected to come into the city. So you only see two sites here with city zoning below our red star, demarcating where our subject property is. To the furthest south, that's the recently annexed site of Sumner Elementary School. They came in just over the summer. That's to facilitate Guilford County Schools redevelopment plans for this elementary school. The school is expecting increased enrollment. It was an early recipient of some of the bond money under the Adequate Public Facilities Master Planning, and that campus is being entirely redeveloped under the city's standards and with city utilities. We also have an R3 residential site just to the north. The rest of the property remains in the county and is therefore subject to county zoning, which we see on the right. Again, you see our red star orienting you to the subject property, and you can start to see a land use pattern start to become clear here with the zoning. So we have our interstate network that crisscrosses the area here with these corridors. You have Holden Road corridor runs like this, parallel to I-73, and then you have Bishop Road running horizontally or east-west here. Again, our subject site is to the south of that Bishop Road intersection, just on South Holden Road here. So you see all the purple zoning is industrial, the yellow is RS40 in the county, and the green is ag in the county. So I would suggest to you that what we're seeing here is a clear establishment of industrial and residential, which is in fact exactly what that comprehensive plan designation that we alluded to earlier has noticed, industrial and residential. And that's what we see. If we look at our existing built form, these are our existing conditions, you see that zoning in effect. You have a lot of this underdeveloped or sparsely developed property here to the south of Bishop Road. That's that ag and residential zoning that we talked about. And then you see some industrial uses here north of Bishop Road and out along Bishop Road as you go west. So you see that zoning context that we talked about in play. Again, just looking at our subject property, you'll note south of Bishop, and it is fully located within that ag and residential zoning in the county that we see. Also want to point out to you the substation here that works with this transmitter line that's just to the north of our property on an adjacent use. We'll talk about that in a moment on an adjacent property. Existing conditions, I know you've all are familiar with the site, but just showing you that this is that residential corridor that traverses just in front of our property. And then, of course, if you go to the terminus of South Holden, this is the anchor of that corridor. It's the Sumner Elementary School campus. South Holden literally dead ends into that elementary school that's there now in use and is about to undergo complete redevelopment and renovation for continued use. So I think we can all see that we've got some things going on here. We've got industrial to the north, we saw that, and we've got this very established rural residential pattern to the south. The zoning bears that out, the built form bears that out. Our comprehensive plan guidance I mentioned briefly earlier is both. It acknowledges this circumstantial dichotomy that I've just walked you through. And you see here on our comprehensive plan inset, the purple is industrial, the light yellow or beige, if you will, is residential. So it's acknowledging that mix of uses that currently exists in the area, and it's saying this corridor is both. We expect that it will grow in each of those capacities. So the question for you tonight becomes, I think, is this property an appropriate place to establish within the residential side of this line, within the residential aspect of that comprehensive plan guidance? In case you're wondering, just to explain this map, this is pulled straight from our comprehensive planning future land use map, and this circle here indicates a activity hub of commercial and mixed uses around the school. There's a community store down there. There's higher density residential. So you've got sort of an established activity hub here around that anchor with the school use. So again, and then the residential and the industrial. So I think as we start to think about tonight, you're at this inflection point of, do we want to embrace a reputable, ready-to-go housing developer who can provide much needed housing now in an area that we have established has housing and expects to see more housing? Or do we need to preserve this property? Is it more suited to be held at bay for perhaps future industrial? And so I would submit to you that the physical characteristics of this area really tell that story for us and help us make that decision. Again, remembering our heavy industrial uses to the north, it's well established. It's clearly the land use north of Bishop Road. South, we have the anchor use of the elementary school. Those two ends of that spectrum aren't going anywhere. That's the corridor that we have to work with. So where along that corridor do we start to transition from those clearly established industrial uses to the elementary school? And I think this site is a perfect candidate to do so. And the reason are these environmental features. The red stars are all the property that comprises the assemblage of this subject property. So you see it's this large farm area and these surrounding uses here. The gray cracks or veins that you see it to the property to the north. This is the Duke Energy substation. This is our property. This runs beside us to the west. This is running across the southern corner of our property to the south of us. And this runs east-west right along the property lines to the south of us, which is a residential property owner back over to Holden Road. With these significant environmental features, as I mentioned, the way that they apply to our residential request is that they create a over 50% open space residential proposal. Not only do we have to, of course, stay out of the stream corridors, but we have to buffer them. And because this is in the Randleman watershed, a drinking water watershed for the City of Greensboro, those buffers are more stringent than they are elsewhere. These are 100-foot buffers here, not just 50-foot buffers. So that eats up even more of the developable area. In addition, with this being in the critical watershed, this is a 50% built upon area limitation, and that's if you do stormwater management. If you don't, it's 12%. So there again, you're limited. Your developable area, your developability is naturally depressed by those factors, because either you're going to use the space to do stormwater or you're going to be limited to 12%. So because of these obstacles and these features that define both the subject property and the surrounding properties, all the way from this parcel north of us all the way down to the school, it really creates a preclusion to seeing some of these big industrial users that we see to the north of Bishop Road. You're not going to get the big laydown sites and outdoor storage fields that you have in the uses above on the north side of Bishop Road. You don't have the room for it. You're not going to get these big building pads for manufacturing and distribution warehouses that we've been seeing a lot of over on McConnell Road or near the airport, because you don't have the land area to get those building pads. You're not going to have the built-upon surface area allowance to create those big grading zones and those big parking lots, loading docks, and so forth. So rather than having a property that cannot meet those needs and cannot deliver to that land use of industrial, what you can do is provide a very nice, highly amenitized residential development. These features now become amenities. They become an enhancement to the site, because now you can have 118 homes in a rural context where folks can still enjoy that breathability and that value of open space around them, while still having attainable housing on a lot and in a home that they can afford and they can manage and they can maintain. So I think it's the perfect way to look to the natural features, the physical characteristics of what we're given here to help us decide where that transition should start. We can see that there really is some physical constraints to really foreseeing industrial proceed down this corridor. And it's not the first time we've had this in Greensboro. Just looking at a few easy sites, I found several examples where we have industrial zoning near residential. Just top row here, starting on the left-hand side, that's the Lowe's Distribution Center off Huffine Mill and Penry Road near Eagles Trace. Moving to top center, this is Replacements LTD near Bennington Village. Top right, that's Alamance Church Road near the Nice Sausage facility. Bottom left-hand side, this is the Lowe's Distribution Center, and then on the far right bottom, we have the Patterson Road corridor near Hunter Hills in that area in the center of our city. So both old and new examples of where we've been putting residential together for a long time, because we're a growing city. We have competing needs that have to work together for each to be successful. We can't afford for everyone to play in their own silos, and never the two shall meet. We have to do it responsibly. We have to make good policy decisions about where to draw these lines and how to promote all the types of development that are needed. Horton's done this before. This is one they've got under development in Moxville, right next to industrial. So they've done it in the past. They're not afraid to keep doing it. Also, by coming into the city and availing ourselves to the city's development standards, we have to help with incremental progress. This is, we can talk about that more later if you would like to touch on that. Thank you.
Sorry, those in opposition, Mike Fox and Jimmy Clark.
Should be Control L or something. And Mike, just advance it with the cursor. Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Fox. I'm an attorney representing Guy M. Turner here tonight, and my office is at 400 Belmead Street, Suite 800 here in Greensboro. Just a minor note I want to point out, your staff report is incorrect in that it noted the annexation vote was 8-0. It was also 6-2, just like the zoning vote at the planning board. I represent Guy M. Turner, and Jimmy Clark is here with me tonight. He is the principal in Guy M. Turner. In the year 2000, he moved the company's headquarters to Greensboro, and it has grown and expanded significantly since then. They are the industry leader in crane rigging and heavy transportation space, and their services have expanded to include plant relocation, heavy and specialized hauling, heavy lifting, rigging, and millwright services, crane services, and more. All of these services are critical to the construction and manufacturing industries and economic development. There's really no one else like them. We're fortunate to have them here in Greensboro, and if their operations were curtailed or if they were disrupted, it would have a significant negative impact on construction and economic development, not only in the Triad, but in the state and the entire Southeast. Here's a little bit that shows you a little bit about the equipment that they use. That picture on the top, that trailer is over 100 yards long. And you can see what it takes to get around corners there, and you can see some of the cranes. When they started the Bishop Road area years ago, they've been expanding, and they've got plans. They've got capital expenditures of over $20 million this year, and they already own land adjacent to the site that we're discussing here tonight, and across the street from the site, and they're going to be using that land for storage of some of this equipment, and Mr. Clark will talk a little bit more about that in detail. Here are some of the other examples of some of the large things they move and do. So this is not a light industrial use where everything is contained in a building and you can shield it with some landscaping, and you might have a few tractor trailer trucks going in and some employees' cars. This is a legitimate heavy industrial use, and therefore I would contend that needs to be looked at differently than some of the other light industrial uses that you see next to residential. This is a more precise look at the future land use designation there, and you can see it almost bisects this parcel. And so the question would be, if it does bisect, why would the recommendation be to take the residential into the existing industrial? I don't understand that, but I've got some more information in the next slide that I think is even. Or the next couple slides that's even more supportive of the fact that dense residential is not suitable here in this location. There certainly, I understand as well as anybody, and you do, the need for more housing in the area. We have an immense amount of jobs here, and we need to be able to support residential development. But not every use is appropriate where people want to do it, particularly when you have existing uses and existing industries that could be threatened by introducing a new use into that. You can also see, that most of the existing residential use there are single-family homes on larger lots, not a dense subdivision that's going to have a lot of cars emptying out onto, Holden Road, during rush hour. Also, kind of going back to the difference between light industrial and heavy industrial, it's easier to mix light industrial if you're just talking about a warehouse building. But, a great example of sort of a heavy industrial use is the airport. Years ago, we let folks build right under the runway, and over time, y'all started getting calls about airplane noises, even though they knew, presumably, that they were buying, land next to the airport. But you can't count on that. People will buy homes, and then you're setting them up for disappointment, and you're also setting up for trouble calls to these businesses, complaints to y'all. So some uses just don't mix well together, and I certainly don't think this one does. In terms of housing, I think you have somewhere around 500 to 800 other units on your agenda tonight. So y'all are doing a great job looking at housing, and you've done a good job approving it. I just contend that this is not the right spot for additional housing. There are other areas around the perimeter of Greensboro that are much better suited, that are not adjacent to heavy industrial use, and are not subject to the traffic that the heavy industrial use will put right in front of this proposed new development. To show you, the existing conditions out there, there's 20 plus heavy industrial users out there, ranging from, Guy Turner, as I talked about. You see Martin Marietta, they have a quarry up there. That quarry is not necessarily active, but is fully permitted and ready to go. So at some point you will see trucks carrying, lots of aggregate in and out of there. You've got A1 Sandrock. They grind asphalt every day, up to 400,000 tons a year. Blythe Construction has an asphalt plant there. Doggett Construction is there. Just north of the site, you see the Tiger Environmental Waste. They specialize in industrial remediation, field services, tank cleaning, decontamination, vacuum truck and tanker service, UST tank removals, soil removal, demolition, disposal. These are heavy industrial uses. These are not uses that you have behind a wall in a warehouse. These are your traditional heavy industrial uses. And then you've got Republic Services, which is the second largest provider of solid waste collection, transfer, disposal, and recycling in the United States. You've also got UPS Freight and Old Dominion. So it's clearly an existing heavy industrial node. And you can see in terms of property ownership, zoning does not necessarily reflect what the future may be. And I think these two maps show this. On the left, it's the current zoning map, and you see the purple is the industrial use, the light yellow is the zoning for residential, and the green is agricultural. So there's roughly 600 acres there. If you look at the map on the right, that map has been colored in purple to reflect the ownership of the particular properties. And a couple of companies in particular, Mr. Clark with Guy Turner and D.H. Griffin with D.H. Griffin Companies, have been essentially buying land in that area for decades, knowing that they would need it for future industrial expansion. Now, you might ask, okay, why is it not zoned industrial? Well, it's not typical when you're buying land for future use to go ahead and zone it at that time. That's why you see the zonings at the time you do. You typically want to know what your particular use is in case you have particular conditions or you want to do a traffic study to show what it is. It's hard to get just an exploratory zoning. That is just, the real estate development world doesn't work like that, and I know you know that because you see these zonings. You typically don't see a zoning until somebody's ready to go on a project. So that's the answer to that. Guy M. Turner owns the parcel just to the north of the subdivision and across the street, and they're going to be doing crane storage there right beside these homes. D.H. Griffin's parcels are on the southern boundary of the proposed site. Directly across from the site, there's two different property owners, Chandler Girls LLC and Pat Short. And Pat testified at the zoning commission meeting. He could not be here tonight. He was away for hurricane relief. And they have indicated in the zoning commission meeting and to us that they indicate they're going to use their property for industrial development as well. And Robert Mock, who's a neighbor who also spoke at the planning board, is directly adjacent to the western boundary, and he has indicated he will ultimately sell his property for industrial development. So that's the future of this area. And to us, it doesn't make sense to stick a residential subdivision, a dense one, right in the middle of it. Let's talk about traffic for a second. I would point out that the TIA, and you've only seen the summary, but the TIA has some flaws in it. In the first part of it, their methodology for their assumptions of their analysis, they used the NCDOT standard base assumption of truck traffic at 2%. I can tell you there's a lot more than 2% truck traffic on South Holden and Bishop Road. In fact, later back in their appendix where they include all the details, their turning movement counts, which comes from actual observations, show a much higher percentage of trucks traveling the area. 38% total southbound on South Holden Road and 17% eastbound on Bishop Road. That's really high for truck traffic. It's even higher in the AM peak. In the AM peak, 47.6% of the traffic southbound on South Holden Road is truck traffic. That's exceptionally high. And 38.5% is eastbound on Bishop Road. Even the PM peak hours are higher than the 2% assumptions that they have. So when you see this TI and it says it doesn't need anything to be done, I would contend that it failed to analyze the truck traffic properly. Importantly, Guy M. Turner really only has one way in and out of their facility, this critical facility that we've talked about. In order to move these large pieces of equipment, they have to have permits from NCDOT wherever they go. And their standing permit for NCDOT requires them to bring all their large equipment in off South Holden Road up north to their facility, right past, you can see the two entrances where this subdivision would be. Again, these cranes and trailers are sometimes longer than a football field and require them to close the roads for 45 minutes to an hour. You can imagine the phone calls you're going to get from the people that might buy these homes when the roads are closed for 45 minutes to an hour and they can't get out of their driveway. They don't have the choice of going along Bishop Road because there's a hill midway where these large trailers can't pass. They'll bottom out. So this is really their only way in and out. And if this subdivision is allowed on it, it's really going to be bad news for them trying to get this critical equipment in and out. And they don't have a choice in this. This is what NCDOT tells them they have to do, and it's really the only way in. Your 2040 comprehensive plan, I know we've all seen a lot of this. You can read a lot of things into it. You can find a lot of things in there to support the argument you want to make. But we've always talked about jobs. And, of course, we have to have housing to support the jobs, but jobs are number one. If we don't have the jobs, we don't have the housing. And so economic development and industrial uses has got to always be the first-tier consideration. And the bottom paragraph in there, that the industrial sites are increasingly in short supply in Guilford County, and land use decisions should carefully consider the impact on industrial land. Don't take my word for it. Talk to your Chamber of Commerce folks. Talk to your own economic development folks. They will tell you that if they had any input into it, protecting industrial land would be a priority. I would add that, in terms of something Ms. Hodie-Aaron pointed out about the advantages of putting housing on that site, I understand, engineers work all the time to get things on sites. Hardly any industrial site is flat and without streams either. So there are ways that the industrial can certainly go on this site as well. And with that, I'd like to ask Mr. Clark to come up and tell you a little bit about his business and the importance of it.
My name is Jimmy Clark. I reside at 1 Emeridge Lane here in Greensboro. And my business is at 4514 South Holden Road. And I've been at that location since the early 80s. So let me just thank the mayor and council members for having this opportunity. But this is a critical project for us. We do work basically all over the Southeast. And we have the largest fleet of 19-axle and large trailers in the entire United States. So we have 10 19-axle trailers specifically, just like the one you saw on the screen. It takes us anywhere from an hour and a half to get off Randall Road to our office because we block everything. We got to make that 90-degree turn at south of Holden and Harris. And so you imagine the trailer, the tractor, a pusher tractor, an escort in the front, an escort on the back, and if we have it loaded, you got to have a patrol escort in the front and back. That's almost 350 linear feet of vehicles, and you just can't move them on a dime. And anytime you do it, you're going to disrupt everything, and that happens on a fairly, we have a lot of them taking place. And when we built our new facility in 2000, we invested heavily in that area because we have been told since 1980 that this area was always going to be heavy industrial, and that was going to be the use of it, heavy industrial. And I got one more comment I'd like to make.
You will have 5 minutes.
Okay.
You have a 5-minute
All right.
rebuttal after those in favor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Could we pull my slides back up? So I do want to appreciate those comments, and I do appreciate that this is a critical policy decision. I do want to address a couple points we heard. I think that the idea that this, 37 acres, 118 homes is going to jeopardize the operations of Guy M. Turner Crane Company is a false narrative. They're a well-established use. They have operations in the area that aren't going anywhere, and this use isn't asking them to go somewhere. I think what we're asking is to be able to move forward under the guidance of industrial and residential that's already existing in this area and that's already been acknowledged in this area, and to define where an appropriate point is for this property to lean one way or the other. Because right now we actually have a project. We have an imminent project with a reputable, ready, willing, and proven developer ready to go, ready here asking you for zoning because they have a use and a specific project in mind. They're not holding land in passive LLCs sitting in the county waiting for something at the right time. They're here now asking today, and they've put the data in front of you and asked the question. So because of that, we're looking at this to be precisely applied. It hasn't been so far. I think Mr. Fox used the term to take a more precise look at the land use plan, but it's actually zoning that implements a land use plan, and it's zoning that provides that specificity and makes a land use plan precise. Prior to that, it's necessarily conceptual because these parcel by parcel decisions haven't been made. So it's not that this line is saying, okay, here's the exact line, and you need to choose that one use is above the line and one use is below it, and are we going to pull the purple into the beige or the beige into the purple? That's not the question. The question is, how do we want to actually apply this demarcation of land uses? And to do so, we need to look at the existing land use pattern, what else is in the area. We need to look at the land use forms and needs of our community, and we need to look at the physical characteristics and features that are going to drive this. And we need to look at the projects that are here at our door ready to go. So here tonight, that's what we have. We have a case that has a piece of land that this fits. it makes amenities out of obstacles. It provides housing, which is a necessary need, and it doesn't jeopardize the very noble and admittedly, strong aspects of the economic development and opportunities that our industrial neighbors provide. The narrative you're hearing would have you think that because certain ownership holds and owns land, that has to dictate what everyone else can do. If that were the case, then why can't this property owner say, well, my plan was to sell this for residential, so therefore that should rule the day? Unfortunately, that's our plans for the future aren't real until we come and ask to do something about them. And so that's what is happening now. And that doesn't preclude anyone else on this corridor and any other property owner from coming and asking the same thing. When we do so, then that brings along the incremental progress and the benefits of our comprehensive and strategic planning that the city puts in place in order to mitigate things like traffic and transportation improvements. The city has made the expenditures here for water and utilities, water and sewer utilities. They're here, so we need to have users that are going to come and take advantage of that and give back on that investment. This is one of those that's ready to do that, and in doing so, they'll further your own plans for example, your MPO increased facility here on South Holden Road. It's supposed to go to a major thoroughfare. That's going to double the width of it. That's going to provide more width for if this is the way that any industrial user needs to get to the interstate. I think that there's opportunities to head north and get to those big spaghetti interchanges that we saw on some of my earlier slides. We did talk to the oversized hauling permitting office. We were told that an applicant can submit any route it chooses, and it will be evaluated against a set of criteria. So if an applicant submits a route and it meets the criteria, then that will be granted. But there's no preclusion that an alternate route can't be submitted if for some reason this one did not continue to be the best alternative for other users. But what I would submit to you is by coming to the city and developing and getting incremental progress on our better facilities, such as you see here, then we're all getting closer to having a facility that meets all the needs of all the users on this corridor. And everyone can coexist in a way that's most beneficial to Greensboro. Pillars of that stool for economic development, housing, adequate schooling. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Mrs. Hightower?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Holdingen. I have a question for you. In your earlier presentation,
yes, ma'am.
I know you emphasized that there was only going to be 50%. There was going to be 50% open areas because you were going to have to build on cluster size lots.
Yes, ma'am.
Why not use all the area if you're having to now shrink down and put the homes in one space and keep 50% open space? Sounds like some of it's not usable. I heard you mention environmental concerns as well.
Yes, thank you for that question. That's exactly right. So we have multiple stream corridors on this property. You've got one that actually primarily touches this property to the north of us. It snakes down onto our northeastern corner here, so that's buffered, 100-foot buffers, because we're in the Randleman watershed. You come across to our western side here, just south of that electrical substation and transmission line, and you have, again, that same stream corridor that has both a prong headed to the north and a prong that shoots right into the center of our property here with a wetlands area right here in the center. All of that has to be protected. Again, 100-foot buffers. And by the time you carve out those buffers, there's really no yield to trying to go behind that creek area. That becomes better used as open space. You get down to the south of the site, the stream corridor continues here along this property line and then branches off this way with a finger coming up here. So again, you have more stream corridors to protect, and you can see that it then turns east here to run back towards Holden Road. So you have all those stream corridors, and then I also mentioned built upon area limitations. So because we're in the watershed, you're limited to 12% impervious surface, 12% that can be a driveway, a rooftop, a compacted area, unless you do on-site stormwater management. So that's what we're electing to do here, and that takes us to just 50%. But what that means is that we have to provide areas for those stormwater detention ponds and to manage those stormwater obligations. So you also see a pond here and a pond here that accounts for planning to ensure that we'll be able to meet those requirements to even get to that 50% built upon area. So that's why we're trying to, provide a good, highest and best use of a property that's very environmentally challenged, and still provide a highest and best use for it that benefits the area for the housing needs and benefits the city.
And so I'm going to ask this question, and I don't know if you'll feel free, but if one of these surrounding HI uses had an event, how would that impact the community? And so if they had a fire, or, an explosion, or I can remember an incident a few years ago down in Apex, and I think there was a factory down there in a neighborhood, and of course they had to evacuate all the people in the area that were very close to the plant that had the explosion down there. So how would that impact? Do you feel that that's problematic? Would be a problem, or no?
So thank you for that question. I want to first point out that we don't at this time have any surrounding industrial neighbors. So again, we have property to the north here that's held by a separate LLC that Mr. Clark has ownership in, but it's not developed in an industrial capacity. Similarly, we have some industrial zoning across the street. That one is zoned, but also we don't have a use there. But we take the neighbor at their word that it will be an industrial use for some storage areas. We also have the uses that you see in purple here that are operating industrially. Some of the other named uses that own property, again, those are not operational because, of course, you can't operate a use that you're not zoned for. So I want to speak about what actually exists and what, to ensure that we're not getting too conceptual in our discussion. But certainly we would want to be well prepared for any kind of emergency management. I think that that's true for any piece of property in Greensboro. When this went through the annexation evaluation process, the city's analysis for that ensures that the property can be served by fire protection and police protection. So this property met those standards. Again, we have water servicing the site, so we're able to provide perhaps quicker responses than you would be able to do from a well system if there were a fire incident, since that's the one you named. So I think that we have all the benefits and advantages of emergency response planning available to this site. In addition to the fact that we do not have currently an actual approved plan and imminent project for any type of explosive use adjacent to us.
Yeah, and I know you mentioned that water is already available, but it's not just for residential use. The water's there for
absolutely
any use.
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
anyone would be free to come into the city here
Okay.
and avail themselves to the
Right,
city
so
services.
Anyone, even the previous owners or current owners, have that accessibility to utilize our water. Okay. I've got some. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Tammy, any questions? I'm going to assume that's a no.
I'm here and
No,
available
not at
if
this
anything-
time.
Thank you.
I'm available if anything else comes up.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Those in opposition, Mr. Fox, you have 5 minutes.
Nope. I don't see it on the screen. No. That's that's mine. Yeah, right there. Great, thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. No, you're good. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would contend that the question is pretty simple here is, are we going to protect an existing industrial area? And I would tell you, we've seen this movie before. Let's don't have a sequel. The airport's one. Council long ago made the mistake of letting people build right under the runway too close. And if you ask Kevin Baker out at the airport, is that a threat to his operation? He will tell you yes, because every time they look to expand or have a new study, he has all kinds of complaints, and he's constantly worried about that. The other example that I can give you is a long time ago, this council made a terrible decision, not the people sitting here, but people well beforehand.
I'm glad you clarified that.
Exactly. As a matter of fact, some of the people sitting here fixed the problem, which was we let people build homes right beside the White Street landfill. And credit to this council for fixing that. Let's don't make that mistake again, because many of the issues that you heard those people legitimately talk about were the truck traffic. And there's a lot of truck traffic on this site. As you see some of these existing use, you've got Republic out there with their trash trucks. You've got asphalt trucks. You're going to have quarry trucks. You've got what Mr. Clark has described as his heavy equipment. And I will tell you, the difference is this heavy industrial use, it's not pretty. Sometimes it doesn't smell good. You have the Tiger Environmental. Sometimes you're going to have things that smell. But it's absolutely necessary for the lives we live today. We have to have these functions. You have to have them in your community to be able to grow and build, pick up our garbage, do all those basic things. And those are not the places to put new residential subdivisions beside. To me, that's kind of the bottom line. This truck traffic issue is significant, but you've got a myriad of other issues. These are uses that, quite frankly, most people don't want to live beside. And so I think that's the decision this council has to make. And I would contend, Ms. Hodier talked about this being an amenitized neighborhood. What amenities are out here for residential neighbors? I mean, I know they're going to have a sidewalk. Where are they going to walk? And are they really going to walk with 50% truck traffic at 8 in the morning coming by? They're not going to walk anywhere. There's not really shopping close by. There's not a park. There's not a library. I mean, we're doing these folks a disservice if we build an isolated 118-home subdivision that's going to be surrounded by heavy industrial in a few years. And I would tell you that when she said it was a false narrative that it would risk I.M. Turner, that's not true, because they need to expand. And all of you have sat through all of these zonings where someone wants to come in and do some sort of industrial use, and all the neighbors in all the neighborhoods come out and they complain about the truck traffic, the noise, the lights, all the things they're going to see. So you're setting yourself up in the future for very difficult decisions if you allow this particular use. Mr. Clark's going to come up and tell you his current uses for the land that he already has there adjacent and across the road from that. So thank you.
Thank you. Let me just tell you what we have at the present time going on. We today took delivery of the largest hydraulic crane in North Carolina and in the Southeast, 770-ton crane. Takes 26 truckloads to move it from one place to another. The property directly across the street and right directly north of it is all those beautiful trees you saw in that slide presentation. They're going to be gone. We need the property to put our trailers on. We need the property to put our cranes on. That's the reason we've been acquiring this property through the years. We are continuously growing at a rapid pace, and we will continue to grow at a rapid pace. And it's just essential that we do not get involved in a neighborhood area where there's going to be children on the street, there's going to be people coming in and out, and we're moving the volume of equipment that we're moving every day. So you look at us, we've probably got 75 cranes, 75 trains probably takes 125 to 150 truckloads of boom and things associated that move all the time, up and down the road. So I really asked you guys to reconsider this whole thing because we're rapidly growing and we've acquired the property we need to make it happen.
Let me ask you, how many employees do you have?
About 300 here, 300 in North Carolina. Then you
Okay.
look at our other locations all over. We have 14 other locations all over the United States.
Thank you.
So, I have a question. Okay. Anybody else?
Sharon, then Hugh.
Okay. You talked about, so you do have some immediate, or if not immediate, almost plans to start to utilize the other property that you currently own already.
Yes, ma'am.
Even though it looks like you're not, you're just holding on to it. So, as you do that, then you're going to have more probably space that's going to encroach over into the residential side, not already, and then there'll be buffering issues and having to buffer between the two of you. It would be quite cumbersome.
So I think if you'll look at this map up here behind, this map that Mike had up
I
there.
got it right here. Yes.
So right directly across it, adjacent to the property that we already own and control, we've got commitments from Pat Short and all those people in that residence. Whenever they decide to move out of their homes, they're going to sell that property to us. We've been doing that for the last 20 years. We make deals with families. When their families move on, they sell the property to us. I had a person today, no, not this day, Friday came to me, talked about a piece of property up on Long Acre Road, which is just north of us. So they know that we will acquire any piece of property that we can get our hands on.
Okay. Yeah.
And like Pat Short's property, right directly across the street, that'll run from the very directly 100% across it.
And so you would have control of all of that.
All that. If you look to the south, DH's property, that's our property. So, we've been buying this property for years. We've been buying this property for 40 years, acquiring it
Yes, sir.
for expansion.
All right. Thank you. So I have one question for you, Mike.
Yes.
And Mr. Clark, no, you don't go far because Mr. Holston may have something. Have the HI uses, we are very limited in. So the concern I would have is that we would be losing more space. Do you find there are other areas that there's more HI uses in? Because we still have HI industry that we want to make sure we have businesses here in the city as well, not just LI and residential type spaces, but places for people to go to work too. And I think Mayor Pro Tem just pointed out that there's 300 employees at the one location. So I can even imagine how many more are all in here in this area. But have you identified any other HI?
There are some select spots, but it's very limited. HI is the most difficult zoning category, to get. I'm sure any lawyer that comes up in front of you regularly would say HI zoning, particularly beside residential, is probably the most challenging case you'll ever have. It's extremely difficult because, as I said earlier, these uses, they're loud. They have a lot of trucks. They sometimes you have odors. It's just not pretty to look at, and it's hard to adequately buffer them. And so HI is the rarest type of zoning to be able to successfully get. And it's almost impossible to bring into a new area. If you try to bring it into a rural area that had been farms and were, in a fast-growing area, you're going to have a very challenging time from those neighbors there, and it's going to be a tough decision for you to introduce HI into an area it's never been. Whereas here you have the opportunity. There's 600 acres currently used and zoned as industrial, but there's another 500 on top of that that is controlled by people that are willing and want it to be HI. So you could effectively have another 500 acres in this area if we don't put up obstacles to it.
And let me just say, we do have to focus on this particular site this evening.
Right, I know, but I wanted to kind of get in my head.
Okay. Is that all?
Yeah,
Mr. Holston?
That's it for now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mike and Jimmy, thank you so much for your presentation. A couple of questions here. In one of the previous slides, I have 3 or 4 questions, things to point out. You were showing some of the types of equipment that are being moved. And is that equipment, is your current location your operational hub, and you go out and you move that equipment, or is all of that, go back one for me.
Sure. Right there.
Yeah. Or is all that being stored on site here off of Bishop, South Holden?
I'll let Mr. Clark answer that. I can tell you it's a combination of both. They have a lot of heavy equipment on this site, but they do have multiple other sites in other states.
Right.
So not everything you see here might be at Holden Road.
So the heavy equipment may be the little airplane-looking thing, whatever else.
No, that would be on the site, where at a job site, just like this crane here. That's where they're using a crane to help construct an industrial building.
Okay.
But if you want more detail, I can get Mr.
I'm
okay,
good.
Great.
Next, on your access to the property itself, you talked about coming down, 220 to Harris, up South Holden.
Correct.
Is that the only way that you?
That is the only way NCDOT will allow Mr. Clark to use that heavy equipment to get to his business.
Even with that severe turn there at Harris and South Holden?
Yes. Now, ultimately,
right there at
I think Ms. Hodiern showed there is a plan to sort of straighten that curve a little bit. Mm-hmm. That project is not funded, so it's probably at least 10 years out. So, Mr. Clark, they have learned to make that right-hand turn, but that's one of the reasons that it takes so long, and they occasionally have to close the road to be able to do it. It's a real challenge, and you do not want to mix a lot of traffic on that road while that's going on.
Mm-hmm. Another question currently, and this goes a little bit to what Sharon was mentioning as far as any environmental or industrial types of uses. Are there currently any noise or light pollution issues in that area? As it relates to this property?
Yeah. Obviously, there's nearby industrial uses, and they typically will have lights in their parking lot, lights on their building. I don't know. Do you have current complaints of your neighbors or anything?
I think one thing.
Come on up to the.
I think one thing to be concerned about is Tiger Environmental, which is just going to be just a little bit northwest of that property. And I think one of the things they got when they was doing heavy industrial zoning, they were told to get HI zoning for that, so it would eliminate any smells that may be associated with it. Then you got Blythe, which is the asphalt plant. You got it there. So Blythe is an asphalt plant. It has a lot of odors coming from it, and they are with the prevailing winds that come from the west to the east. So all that flow of air will be flowing from the west to the east.
Mm-hmm. All right, and there's just one more question. Mike, this is for you. Relative to the 2040 comprehensive plan, why do you think that plan leaves residential in this area?
I honestly do not know. I think some of it may be because some of the existing residential is there. But again, it's not dense subdivisions. Those are homes that have been there 20 plus years, and it's an area in transition, as Mr. Clark explained. He's gone to these families and said, if you ever want to sell, we will buy, and that's what he's been doing for 30 years. And so as that transition occurs, and this is like a lot of areas, 30 years ago, this used to be out in the country. You weren't even close to Greensboro, and now you've got Greensboro encroaching on you, and you see it in these zoning cases all the time on the edge of the city. Some folks don't like to live right next to the city, so they would like to move further out, and that's really what I believe is happening here. I believe this is an area in transition, and it's an opportunity to continue to grow this heavy industrial area, so we'll have it available as our city needs these critical services.
Thank you.
Mrs. Abuzawader?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Two questions I think we can may answer it in the first one. So I know we're talking about land use for this parcel that was purchased or that is to be developed if we pass it. But I'm hearing a whole lot of other things about this land will be sold to Mr. Clark when the families leave or whatever happens. Are there any agreements or contracts in place?
And I don't know that's anything that we can
Is that
consider.
anything we can, I mean, it's been brought up and talked about.
It's really supposed to be about the highest and best use of this particular property.
Okay, so about this property, mentioned that with the heavy machinery, and this does pertain to the property.
Yes.
That the road has to be closed quite often. Now, knowing that there's a school right there, how are we getting around the fact that the road is closed? It would not only be for the residential, but also for the school. And that, to me, is a public safety concern.
Mr. Clark can address that. They avoid certain school hours when doing that. You want to discuss that? Your plan, how you do that currently?
We know that between 8:15 and 9 o'clock in the morning, and from 2:15 to 3:15, 3:30 is a time that you just don't want to be in that area because of all the movements of the schools taking place, and we avoid those times in any way possible.
Well, that part does concern me because if there's an emergency at the school while the children are there.
But we don't have to. I mean, we have permits that allow us to do it any time during sunlight hours.
And again, that's not.
Well, but it does relate to the property that he is not wanting to be rezoned for housing. It does relate to access, I think. So anyway, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Mrs. Hoffman?
I guess I'm just, as I look at all of the surrounding companies that have operations here, and there are, 18 or 19 of them, I think. Obviously, none of them have opposed this rezoning. It's only one property owner or one business owner. Am I correct? Just
in the zoning hearing,
yeah,
are you asking?
I mean, it just seems
Was
that
there anyone in opposition?
There were a number, weren't there?
Yeah.
Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, thank you. Yes, there were several other property owners that did speak in opposition on there. Several, I believe, were related to industrial operations. I don't know the specific connections to each individual, but there were multiple individuals that spoke in opposition.
And to answer that question, Mr. Clark has he knows the businesses in that area, and he has agreed to take the lead on this because he's the most directly impacted because of the traffic issues.
Do you have an opportunity to move further north with your operation? If
you're really limited there in terms of the amount of property to the north of his existing site, and then there is future opportunity to move sort of west where you see the Firefly Store Solution, that area. He'd have to acquire some more property, but he does have some property in that area. But for the efficiency of his operation, it really makes sense to be clustered right there along Holden Road, and that you see an open field there just to the north of this subdivision. That is Mr. Clark's property, and that and the woods right across from the proposed subdivision are also his property, and that's his next expansion. That's the one he just spoke about, where he's going to store all the trailers.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
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 That passes unanimously. Is there a motion?
I'd like to.
I think Mr. Matheny.
Oh.
Go ahead.
I'd like to move to oppose the rezoning.
I'll
Is that
second.
what you're looking for? I would like to oppose.
I'll second.
Like to oppose what?
To oppose the rezoning.
Oh, yeah. I want to say something, though.
Okay.
Ms. Hightower, do you have comments?
Well, I have Zach down, then Mayor Pro Tem.
I would
and then-
defer to you first.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and so I'll just make it real quick and brief. I think it just became quite obvious as we went along. I am very concerned about putting residential in the heart of this heavy eye, simply because I think the quality of life is going to be very important to those residents. But I also want us to be able to leave room for HI to expand and to do their business and make sure that we are also supporting business. We definitely need residential, but we also know our business owners who employ people and pay taxes as well are very critical and important to the growth of our city too. And so with that being said, I just think that maybe there needs to be something else that kind of fits in there. I know we want to mix a lot of uses. LI and residential is one thing, but HI, when you think about, I don't know, trucks overturning, gas spilling, I just think of a whole lot of different things that could possibly happen. And I think we need to have a little bit more protective measures in place around this type of environment. So that's why I won't be supporting it tonight.
Well, they're not paying us taxes as long as they're not in the city.
Mayor Pro Tem?
You know, the older you get, the older I get, I'll put it on me, I realize how important balance is. You know, we make concessions, and there's nobody has fought harder for safe and affordable housing than I have over my years of service. But we protect neighborhoods from destructive or businesses that like clubs that are loud and so forth. Various businesses like this, we protect neighborhoods. I think we have to protect our industrial sites as well. They hire a lot of our people. This particular site has been there a long time. And really, Mr. Clark, you ought to be in one of our publications for the city for your cranes. Mr. Manager, put him in one of our publications. I mean, that's great. That you have that distinction. But I will be supporting the denial of this because of that. I just believe that we need to protect, in this particular case, our industrial sites as we protect our neighborhoods from businesses that are disruptive.
Zach?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief as well. And I think, Ms. Hodinger, you certainly did a fabulous job arguing your point, and we're not questioning D.R. Horton, their reputation, and they certainly are proven. It's more so questioning the location. And hopefully D.R. Horton will be back building many houses in the Triad. You know, I think one of the points that was made, I think it was, the question is not the demarcation of industrial versus residential, but looking at the land use. And in looking at this land use, the more the conversation went, and originally I was like, okay, I can see it. The more education, spending it on GIS, looking at the map, having traveled to this area, there's no question that this is not the right fit for this block of Holden. I think my bigger question is, and having looked at the staff analysis, is where, how did this even get through? And the question, and some of the comments are, on the property of the 37 acres, there are single-family dwellings. Apparently, nobody went and saw the property, because there are not multiple dwellings that people live in on this property. It says contains single-family dwellings. It's the first sentence in the staff original zoning analysis. That's just not true.
There are two on the site.
It's questionable. But in looking at this, and I think that and by the way, this is going to come up in a future agenda item, that because the GSO 2040 says residential, doesn't mean, or if there's an overlay, it doesn't mean that that's absolutely going to happen. Because I don't understand how this would have been positioned looking at the map of the lack of residential in this area, how this would have been deemed residential. And so those are really my concerns with the GSO 2040 plan, looking at this area, looking at what is happening. And so I'm really concerned with how staff came to this conclusion based on what we just heard. So I'm supportive of opposition, but really kind of confused on how we even got to this point and spent an hour and a half talking about it.
Hugh, Mary Kay, Tammy, and then I'll close it out.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I came into this really on the fence, and I really appreciate the presentations from both the applicant and those in opposition. And I do look at the 2040 plan, and I know that we've all talked about we need the housing stock, and that housing is of a critical nature here in the community. But also as a part of our community, we have our business community, and it is a mix. And this property literally is a mix, with half and half with the subject property, half on the industrial and half on the residential. I will say that my challenge came up during the conversation talking about the additional storage on the property. I live relatively close to this property. Our son attended Sumner Elementary, so I'm very familiar with this road and the turn onto Harris and getting to and from 220 from here. It's a fairly narrow road, and I know that we already have water there, we have police, we have fire, and already I think the Turner organization has made some concessions as to when they operate in the mornings and the afternoons. That's what the current state of where this community is. In the future state, if there's more residential there, there's going to be more of a challenge. And that's the part that has stuck with me this evening, that as we increase, if we were to increase the density there, what also are we creating? What also are we potentially generating for that community? So I'm kind of challenged right now. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Mary Kay, Tammy, Nancy, and then me.
Yes, I agree. This one's been kind of rough. But I really, really believe that we can find some ways for areas like this to be compatible. One thing that struck me was the amount of buffer on the north part of the property and also that that they could be taken care of with that many homes with fire, police, everything else we need. I don't understand, honestly, about the closing of Harris Road quite frequently. I understand and I appreciate the fact that it's not done during certain times. I'm hoping that the new projects coming up, I hope they will get funded so that there can be more ability to get to the places that it needs to be gotten to. There is water and sewer capacity. It's just that, so many things came together for this to come to us. And are they all right? I honestly, perhaps they're not. But the ones that came to us are, and our community keeps asking for, is more residential close to interchanges, close to highways, close to places like that. And it seems like every time there's some kind of obstacle. I understand we're going to be approving some more tonight, hopefully, and I may be the only yes vote on this, but I truly believe that, especially with the future land use map, I believe that the residential, and then you've got this large buffer right there because they can't, develop that part. I do think they could be compatible. There were some places mentioned that D.R. Horton has done before. Near Hunter Hills, there's a large industrial. Several other places there are industrial. No, this is not a landfill, and this is not an airport. I understand there are big trucks, but somehow we've got to figure out a way that all of this can work together, and I do believe that can be done. My biggest concern is the Harris Road right now, and I understand that's not part of the land use, but in a way it is, because you're going to need in and out, and you're going to need, he's got all those trucks coming, so I do have concerns that it is shut down, and I'm hoping that a different way can be found so it's not shut down that way.
Thank you. Tammy?
Yes, thank you. Like others, I've been very torn on this particular rezoning. There is a piece of me that says, if you're buying up land and want to control this land and control what happens to it, zone it. And I understand there's a financial impact on that, but that's part of the price you pay for tying up land and wanting to control an area. At the same time, I also represent those residents that live around the airport and know that the volume of calls when it's wintertime versus summertime and when one of the runways is being worked on. And I feel like we desperately need these houses, but is it fair to the people that would be buying these houses? And as the property, as they buy their houses in the next few years, they're going to pay a price, and they're going to pay the price based on the beautiful surroundings that are there now. And when they go to sell their homes, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years down the road, are those surroundings going to be as beautiful, and are they going to actually build family wealth, or will they lose family wealth because their houses will suddenly be surrounded by more heavily industrial area? I'm very torn, but I think at this point I have to err on the side of the residents that could possibly be living there and whose lives would be impacted. And like I said, this is a really tough one, but I will be supporting the motion to deny.
Nancy?
I think this one is difficult. It's very, what's difficult too is when you're putting together a development plan for an entire area like this. I mean, just to draw a straight line and show residential below and industrial above, life is not that simple. So what we have to deal with is one or the other needing to encroach above that, quote, line that we've drawn in a 2040 plan. So this one is really tough. I hate to give up 118 units built by a very respected builder at a price point that first-time home buyers can afford. And I see the other point of view as well. So trust me, I mean, we've had strong presentations on both sides. And I'm truly torn as to how to deal with this one.
I said I wasn't going to say anything, but I guess everybody will know, what do you think, since everybody else has spoken?
What do you think?
What do I think? Well, I went about it kind of simply. I looked at the specialty of the company, and they do something that nobody else does. They haul these heavy show the pictures show heavy equipment that they carry. Well, so they are in Greensboro, North Carolina. They have 14 other locations. They serve the nation. To put people in those houses, and people would buy those houses no matter what, because they just want a house. But they would then later on find out that this wasn't the best place. When they carry that heavy equipment, he said that it takes hours sometimes on that road to get the heavy equipment. They have to stop all of the traffic. So it would be a hindrance to the company. If the people moved there, they would be dissatisfied once they were there. So that was my simple way of just dealing with it. Yes, I'm opposed to it.
And I'll close us out. One of the first, I was extremely torn coming into this hearing. I feel more comfortable with my decision now after hearing both sides in their totality. One of the areas that were highlighted that shows where industrial and residential are compatible was the Penry Road, which is where the Kmart Distribution Center was in NFI, and Eagles Trace was built there while that industrial use was in effect. And I don't know if council members who've been on council for a while remember how we were inundated with people unhappy about the warehouse noise and the lights, and that they worked 3 shifts and that you could hear the beep beep of the backing up. And that was a development that got built right next to an active warehouse, a large warehouse. And I do think that would be what would happen here. We all want housing. We recognize that we are in a housing crisis, but I don't think that we need to create another crisis by having people make probably their largest investment and in the end be completely unhappy with it. We certainly are on the move. We are getting great economic development announcements, and I understand why we need to protect industrial corridors. And while this one may not be signified as an industrial corridor, it certainly has become one. And I'm going to echo what Tammy said, and I'm going to disagree with Mr. Fox, that I think if that is the intention, you should go ahead and rezone it now. And we did have a rezoning at our last council meeting, which didn't have a plan, but they knew what they needed, the zoning, and it passed. I think when people are looking at places to relocate, that they should see what the actual intention of that land will be. And it's not residential, it's heavy industrial. And I understand that it will cost a little bit more because you'll have to pay city taxes too. But I think it is the honest way to approach rezonings in the future. So I will oppose this rezoning, regretfully, because I'd like to see houses, but hopefully D.R. Horton will find another location. The opposition was moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mr. Matheny. What's actually being voted on is the annexation. So if you oppose the annexation, if you oppose the rezoning, oppose the annexation, and then the other vote will not be necessary. So yes is to oppose the annexation. Council, please. Yes, because the motion was to oppose. So council, please vote. And the minutes will reflect that this is to oppose. Mrs. Thurm?
I'm sorry, yes.
And that passes 7-2 with Mrs. Abuzawader and Mr. Holston voting in opposition. We'll now move on to our next item. Item H5 is a public hearing for an ordinance for rezoning at 1741, 1763, and 1765 Mount Hope Church Road, 558 Old Birch Creek Road, and 928 near 930 and Knox Road. Amanda Hodiern on behalf of Christopher Dunbar and Wilford Yearns for various LLCs. This item was postponed from the September 24th meeting without further advertising. Let's see. Mr. Kirkman?
Thank you, Mayor Vaughn. To be clear, all of the property in this case is already in the city's limits. I know there's a lot in the county here, but all the property that is the subject tonight is already in the city limits and already has city zoning. So the request is to rezone property from a combination of city plan unit development and city commercial medium to city plan unit development. So just to be clear about that. North and west of this request is currently zoned county, AG agricultural. East request is zoned a combination of county AG, city PUD, and city LI, light industrial. South request is zoned county AG, city CM commercial medium, city CDCM, city PUD, and city BP business park. Subject property is currently undeveloped at this time. North of the request are single-family dwellings, agricultural land, and undeveloped land. East request is a National Guard armory facility, a single-family dwelling and manufacturing and warehouse uses. South request also contains parts of that National Guard armory facility, a truck stop, convenience store with fuel pumps, automobile service shop, undeveloped land, and the interstate. West request contains a single-family dwelling and undeveloped land. The property is designated a combination of commercial and industrial on the future land use map and urban general and industrial on the future belt form map. This is a plan unit development zoning, so there is an associated unified development plan with this. There are a number of conditions that were already offered by the applicant as part of this request and reflect what is on the properties right now, zone PUD. The applicant is requesting 2 additional conditions be added to the request, and I'll read those into the record. New condition number 6, there shall be a 20-foot undisturbed buffer along the shared property lines with properties known as 1735 Mount Hope Church Road, 5326 Lancaster Lane, 546 Old Birch Creek Road, and 550 Old Birch Creek Road. If any existing vegetation sustains damage, dies, or falls, removal of affected vegetation is permitted. New condition number 7, any multifamily building shall be limited to 50 feet in height. Does council accept those conditions? By motion.
Move to accept the conditions.
Moved by Mrs. Thurm, seconded by Mr. Holston. All in favor say aye. Aye. And that passes unanimously.
Thank you. Staff has concluded that this request does support the comprehensive plan's filling in our framework strategy to ensure mixed-use projects both strengthen and add value to the community, and the Creating Great Places goal to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices. The proposed PUD district with conditions allows both residential and other supportive uses that are generally compatible with the surrounding area. Care should be taken with respect to orientation, building materials, height, and visual buffers to ensure appropriate transitions to the lower density residential uses on adjacent properties. Staff is recommending approval of the request. This item was heard at the Planning and Zoning Commission on their August 19th meeting, and there was a unanimous motion to approve this. There was 1 speaker in favor and 6 in opposition at that time. And that was then subsequently appealed, and that is why it's before City Council this evening.
Okay. We do not have anybody in opposition on this item. We do have Mrs. Hodiern and Paula Murphy.
Good evening. Nice to see you all again. Amanda Hodiern, 804, Green Valley Road, Suite 200. I'm sorry for the order of the agenda that you have to hear from me again so soon. But given, Madam Mayor, that there is not opposition, if you would prefer to just kind of hear an update of where we are and hear from perhaps one of the neighbors, we can do it that way. Or I know it's your district, Councilwoman Hightower. If you'd like to hear more, I'm happy to handle it that way as well.
Sorry. I'd like for you to share a little more. I think this one goes a little bit beyond, and I think it does some of the stuff we've been really trying to get done.
Okay, great. Happy to do that. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm here tonight on behalf of the property owners and the applicant. In this case, it's one and the same. So it's several different sole purpose entities that are all owned and controlled by Blue Ridge Companies. Blue Ridge Companies, of course, is a local and longstanding developer here in the Triad that have done many projects, Greensboro, High Point, and various other parts of our area. Blue Ridge Companies, in their various holding entities, have held this property since 2006. They purchased it. It's just over 55 acres, and they did bring the property into the city and established PUD zoning in the City of Greensboro in 2008. So this is a decades-old existing PUD that's been in the city, as Mr. Kirkman noted. What we're here today to ask for is a revision to that PUD to take into account changed circumstances and really feeling like we can do better for what we know about this part of the city now than what we knew in 2008. The current PUD allows some commercial, a lot of industrial, and a small amount of residential use. I think at that time we did not have the housing going on, and we did not have the economic development and employment growth in East Greensboro that we have now. So I think in 2008 those uses were much more necessary. Today we do have all that housing. We do have housing that's driving the need for different variations of housing in the area, and we have a lot of employment going on. Specifically, Blue Ridge Companies, this company already owns and has a lot of employment and industrial users just south of here at the Carolina Corporate Center. So this PUD revision looks to remove all the industrial uses out of the PUD, increase the residential opportunity, and to relocate and emphasize the commercial goods and services opportunities in the area. So two critical things really at play here: increase and vary the housing opportunity to be more responsive to what we don't have, and increase and emphasize the commercial goods and medical office opportunities here that we now need now that we have all these people in East Greensboro. This is really predicated on NCDOT's planned realignment of Knox Road. It's a future project. When we went in and started talking about this PUD as it currently exists, we learned about the Knox Road realignment, and that really got the folks at Blue Ridge thinking that this could be a better project than was currently planned for. The proposal is consistent with the GSO 2040 future land use map, which designates the area commercial, and the future built urban forum designates it as urban general. So this really delivers on both of those objectives. This is the subject property here. You see that it's just north of the 8540 interchange there on Mount Hope Church Road. You see it's largely undeveloped, vacant, and the whole subject property is, but it's next door to the developed U.S. Armory building. Well, that was part of the old PUD. This is just a broader view of what's been going on. You've heard me mention we've had a lot happen in the area in the last 20 years. You have the Publix Distribution Center due north. Carolina Corporate Center is just south of here. We've had a lot of redevelopment of that campus. And you see a lot of housing in the area as well. Also lots of users along Knox Road that front the interstate here. Our existing zoning pattern, again, just shows you that this is an existing PUD. The red stars on the inset show you our subject property. So we are excluding that U.S. Armory site this time. That's developed. It's done. The federal government was not interested in revisiting that. So we're happy to leave that site as is. It's already been developed. So we're revisiting what's around it, the rest of the PUD, and bringing in that CM parcel that was previously not part of the assemblage. You see, as I've mentioned, we've got lots of LI around us, lots of other housing in the form of PUDs and residential, and we've got the business park to the south, which is Carolina Corporate Center, lots of employment. This is our proposed Unified Development Plan. This, again, is the governing document that has to go along with a PUD, because the PUD zoning is what you make it. So this is what we're proposing to make it. You see the pods that are labeled here, and this comports with the zoning conditions that have always been a part of this case. So this is telling you what intensity of what use can go where. So starting at the north, or the top of the screen, we have a residential pod that has frontage along Mount Hope Church Road. That would go to residential up to 375 units. That would be the multifamily opportunity here. I talked about introducing new housing options and variability that we don't currently have here, and multifamily is one of them. If you think about where that should and could go in East Greensboro, it should go by a heavily used interstate interchange, as people can jump on that highway and travel along the corridor 40, 85, get to wherever they need to be. Moving across the page to the east, we have another residential pod. This one is single family. It'll either be attached or detached, or perhaps a mix. That's up to 110 units on that side. These two pods are separated by a new public road that would have to be built. I like to refer to this as a spine road, because it would come in off of existing Knox Road and feed both sides of this development, getting traffic off of Mount Hope Church Road into these other pods and distributing the traffic where it wants to go. As we come south, back closer to the interstate, we have our retail and office pods. The first one that we get to here in this area just off the newly aligned Knox Road, that would be your heavily emphasized retail, your grocery store anchored shopping center. Again, looking to provide the area with key goods and services that all these folks living and working in East Greensboro need and would be able to frequent. That would be supported. You see we have up to 90,000 square feet, so that would be supported by ancillary retail users that tend to accompany grocery store anchored shopping centers. We also have another retail office pod here and another retail office pod here, and that's really looking at medical office, a medical campus, the types of doctor's offices that like to locate near each other. So when you go to your doctor, you've got everybody all there in an area. And urgent care, Cone Health has made commitments to East Greensboro. This would be a place where that could happen. We have all kinds of healthcare users looking to put down physical brick and mortar locations in this part of the city. So we'd like to be able to provide that opportunity at a key central location such as this. And again, I'll just point out, this is the realigned Knox Road. This is an NCDOT planned project. It pushes out Knox Road further away from the interchange to alleviate that congestion, and this would be a new public road that would have to be built as part of this development. This is the existing Unified Development Plan. This is what's in effect today. So this is why this case is a down zoning request, because this is what could be built tomorrow. This has been on the books since 2008. Same basic shape here, but your pods, your northernmost pods, are both industrial, up to 200,000 square feet of manufacturing, wholesaling, R&D, or supporting commercial right here in these northern pods. You have a small, just token amount of housing, up to 116 units that would all have to come on and off of Mount Hope Church Road. And then you have more trade-focused retail down here around the old alignment of Knox Road, really interior to the site, that looks to support and serve those industrial proposed uses. So again, I think we have a lot of changed circumstances, a lot of different needs in East Greensboro based on our growth and development in that area. And I would submit to you that the new proposed UDP, this one, supports East Greensboro the way it stands today and its current needs in a higher and better way than this proposed plan does. I think we've got a lot of good industrial employment, economic development opportunities going in the area, so now we want to provide that other bevy of uses to make an area fully vibrant. We did have neighborhood communication leading into planning and zoning, of course. Letter went out to 27 neighboring property owners on June 19th, had a Zoom information meeting that sparked a lot of good dialogue, both in the meeting and outside of the meeting. A lot of those folks came to Planning and Zoning Commission, and I think we had a lot of good dialogue since then. Obviously, this appeal is evidence of that. And I think that we were able to answer some lingering questions. You know, this property has been in the city, it has been zoned, but nothing has happened. So a lot of folks didn't know that it necessarily had the status that it's had. So I think we've been able to answer those questions, answer questions about the zoning process and what it is and what it isn't, meaning there's this whole lot left to do. There's still a lot of obstacles to overcome, a lot of rigorous development controls that get implemented through the technical review process, and we look forward to working through that. Part of the result of those ongoing communications are the proposed additional conditions that Mr. Kirkman read into the record. This just represents some of the discussions we have. Of course, zoning conditions can't accomplish everything, but we did want to touch what we could. And so we have spoken here to our shared border to the north. We've got some farm, ag property and residential property on the northern border. That this addresses the nature of that buffer and its vegetative status. And then we also have limited the multifamily building height to ensure that it stays in keeping with single-family building height. So with that, I will answer any questions. Happy to dive into any of the pod uses or plans for that. But really, this rezoning request is about getting the landscape reset to get the zoning in place to attract the types of users that this PUD contemplates. More residential, more varied residential, and really key consumer-oriented retail. Thank you.
Thank you. Would Ms. Murphy like to speak?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm going to probably mostly read from a prepared statement just to keep us on track. My name is Paula Andrews Murphy. My address is 3416 Owls Roost Road, Greensboro, North Carolina, 27410. However, I grew up and maintained close ties to McLeansville and these case properties. My father still lives off the now old Birch Creek Road, and my father and his family still own one of the adjacent farms to these case properties. After meeting and speaking with neighbors and community and family members, I'm here tonight to provide this statement. First, we appreciate your consideration and the consideration of the applicant has provided every member of the public, not just the ones that we're aware of. Second, we appreciate the conditions put forth by the applicant and their positive response to the Zoning Commission to continue to work with the residents in the community. Third, while we are disappointed that not all the applicant's proposed conditions were approved by the city, our consensus is that the additional conditions approved tonight may help us move forward. Fourth, during this short process, we estimate that we have spoken with over 175 individual residents and property owners of Guilford County and adjacent annexed Greensboro properties, and I now speak specifically to their feedback. For the most part, these individuals have firsthand knowledge of the challenges and conditions that arise from annexed Greensboro City property that is either previous or on the boundary of Guilford County's farmland and low-density residential. We would appreciate the council, the Zoning Commission, the City of Greensboro, Guilford County, and the applicants' continued efforts to, 1, talk with residents and maintain an open dialogue, 2, to protect adjacent and nearby farmland, 3, to maximize tree conservation efforts that in any way affect our water sources, ponds, wetlands, and any endangered or at-risk wildlife or plants. 4, to voluntarily increase landscape buffers and tree conservation along shared property lines and as available throughout the developments. 5, to foster a good neighbor relationship that contributes to safety and security for all parties involved. 6, to voluntarily involve residents in the technical review processes mentioned in the August 19th meeting and in any conversations or communications since. And 7, to continue to reevaluate traffic, noise, safety, and water quality and water source impacts as the technical review process unfolds, and as surrounding areas are annexed and developed that weren't in place during the previous site development plans for this case. For instance, the property further down Knox Road was recently rezoned and seems to be planned for development. Additional large parcels may be for sale and pending city annexation and/or industrial, truck, or property development. None of these properties are currently developed or were developed at the time. Finally, I wish to personally thank Sheila Newman, Janet Mazurko, Valerie Dalgas, and the McCollum, Andrews, Webb, and Clapp families and their neighbors for all their combined hundreds of hours of volunteer efforts in working with the community on this case, and with the applicant for all the time they spent to work with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Since there is nobody in opposition, are there any questions for the applicants?
Move the item.
Move
to
close the public hearing.
Yeah. Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mr. Holston. All in favor, say aye.
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 And that passes 9-0. Now we have the
Move
item.
the item.
Second.
Move.
Needs a statement
She'll have to, Mayor Pro Tem. So moved by Mayor Pro Tem,
Second.
seconded by Mrs. Hightower.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to recommend the zoning request for properties at 1741, 1763, and 1765 Mount Hope Church Road, 558 Old Birch Creek Road, and 928 near and 930 Knox Road from CM Commercial Medium and PUD Planned Unit Development to Planned Unit Development to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan, future built form map, and future land use map. The proposal, the PUD zoning district as conditioned, permits uses that fit the context of surrounding areas and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical condition, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and its approval is in the best public interest. Thank
Council,
you.
please vote.
Thank you, Golda.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And that passes 9-0. We are going.
So, Madam Mayor, if I could just make a quick comment about this development. This is what we've been waiting to see more of in East Greensboro, and so we're growing. And I just want to thank Amanda and the applicant for being very diligent about bringing this forth. I think we saw today when we were out there how much activity is going to really happen in this area. And so I'm looking forward to this. It really bothers me when we put a lot of people in areas and then we put them in deserts, food deserts, healthcare deserts. And I think this is the type of developments we'd like to see more of, where when you not only bring people, but bring commercial retail activity along with it. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen. So I want to thank them personally for doing this. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to say it is in District 2. And so I'm really proud about it. And I'm proud
No,
because
ma'am.
there's
It's
going to be a medical center in that development.
It's District 1.
All right, we're going to take a break.
District 2.
Need a break.
It is up. We're running up against the closed captions, so we need about 10 minutes.
you very much, and welcome to the Greensboro Coliseum. You can hear our birds are chirping today, so it's an exciting day in the Greensboro Coliseum for this special announcement. Many of you have experienced memorable and remarkable moments in this building. And many of you or your families will see new and exciting moments in the future as this building is launched into a new era under Oakview Group management. On July 1st, the City of Greensboro and City Council made a historic change to private management. And that is just the beginning of positive change for our operation. I think it's also important to realize that virtually everyone you know, virtually everyone in the Triad or surrounding counties have had some interaction with the Coliseum, be it an event or other things. And there's that connection with our community that's an important piece of this puzzle. Whether that interaction was a high school or college graduation, you attended an ACC tournament or basketball game, a hockey game back when we had hockey, other ice skating events like the United States Figure Skating Championships. Everyone has a connection to the Greensboro Coliseum. Could also be Monster Truck Jam or Walt Disney's World on Ice. There's a lot of different options. And that's what makes Greensboro a special place to gather, Greensboro Coliseum a special place to gather with friends and family. Our history of events, along with our reputation for excellent customer service and high quality of live entertainment events, is what leads us to today's historic announcement. I'd like to introduce the folks on the stage with me. Mayor Nancy Vaughn to my left. Todd Williams, who is Market President of First Horizon Bank, and Doug Higgins, who is Senior Vice President of OVG Facilities. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the mayor to make our announcement.
Good morning. It is so fun to be here for this historic announcement, and I do want to recognize my council member colleagues, Zach Matheny, Hugh Holston, Mary Kay Abuzawader, Goldie Wells, and Sharon Hightower. We have all been very active in things that have gone on in the Greensboro Coliseum. We are very excited for the future of the Coliseum under private management. A lot of people have asked, will we see changes when there is the change to private management? Quite frankly, I think the change has been seamless. Anybody who went to a concert or an event in May and then went to one maybe in July or August didn't notice any difference, which was wonderful and was what we wanted. But today you are going to notice a difference. This is really a decision that was 60 years in the making. And one group of people that are going to find this decision exceptionally interesting will be the City of Greensboro taxpayers. This is an amazing building, and it is a magnet for people across the state and across the region to come in and see great concerts, sporting events right here in this facility. But it's the City of Greensboro, it's our taxpayers who pay for this facility and pay for the upkeep. Well, now we're going to have a corporate partner who is going to help us with that by making a significant investment in this Coliseum, which will take some of the pressure off of the city's taxpayers. So that is really when people say, well, what's the big deal? What's in it for me? Well, that's what's in it for you. And this is just one of many announcements that are coming. Today's announcement is a prime example of the benefits of the Oakview Group management and their capabilities. I'm thrilled to announce that for the first time in our 65-year history of this incredible facility, that we have naming rights for the Coliseum. The Greensboro Coliseum and First Horizon Bank have reached a long-term naming rights agreement, and the Coliseum will now be known as, do you have a drum roll or anything? First Horizon Coliseum. I want to say a big thank you to First Horizon for being an investment in the Coliseum and the City of Greensboro. Thank you so much. And thank you for helping us meet this milestone. This was one of the 3 bullet points that we gave OVG that we really wanted to see happen quickly. And considering that they just took over on July 1st, and here we are with that first bullet point they can check right off, I want to say thank you to OVG for your hard work making this happen. And so I am going to turn this over to Todd Williams.
Thank you, Mayor Vaughn, and thanks everyone for being here today. Good morning. My name is Todd Williams, and I am the Triad Market President for First Horizon Bank. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the strife and hard times of our friends across the Southeast, but especially our friends and colleagues in Western North Carolina. Many have planned to join us today as part of our team and are unable to be here for all the hard times they're experiencing. So we will continue to remember them in our thoughts and prayers and would hope that you would do the same as our bank continues to support those in need. I've been a proud resident of North Carolina most of my life and a proud resident of Greensboro and a taxpayer for the last 10 years. And those are 2 of many of the reasons I'm thrilled to be the first person to welcome you to First Horizon Coliseum. We are honored to have our name on this iconic venue. I remember as a school kid in North Carolina watching many ACC tournaments in this iconic venue and look forward to seeing that again. This Coliseum is a symbol of First Horizon's commitment to Greensboro and North Carolina. And none of this would be possible without our big bank hustle and small bank muscle. That's what we call our winning combination. Our vision and resources fueled this opportunity, but it is the heart and passion we feel for this community that brought it to life. With this new partnership, First Horizon Bank aims to raise the ability of both our brand, our community, and the Coliseum, and build upon our reputation as a community-focused bank. For over 160 years, First Horizon Bank has been committed to serving our communities, as we know we are only as strong as the communities in which we live, serve, and work. What better way to serve Greensboro than meet them at a place they've gathered for over 65 years? From concerts to sporting events to graduations, the Coliseum is a reflection of our entire community and its passions. We believe this partnership will help the Coliseum, its visitors, and our current and future clients find new horizons. I would be remiss if I did not introduce 3 of my First Horizon colleagues in attendance, well, 2 are in attendance today that have helped so much in this process. One who's not here is Sam Irwin, our President of Regional Banking. He's actually in the western part of the state helping out some associates. Laura Bunn, our Regional President for the Mid-Atlantic. Thank you so much. And lastly, Paula Bill from Memphis, our Director of Brand Strategy, has been instrumental in this process and as we've worked through months of hard work. So thank you so much for helping this come to fruition and for all your hard work. On behalf of myself and the entire First Horizon Bank team, we are proud to continue to be a fixture in this community and look forward to leveraging our partnership with the First Horizon Coliseum for many years to come. Thank you.
So the addition of a naming rights partner greatly enhances the Coliseum's profile and appeal on a national level. Our other goals with OVG remain attainable in the near future, and I'm pleased to introduce Doug Higgins as the Senior Vice President of Oakview Group Facilities, who's going to speak on their behalf.
Good morning. I am very excited to be in Greensboro today for this announcement. With apologies, our market or division president, Greg Odell, was supposed to be here. He had some flight issues, so I'm pinch hitting in instead and had flight issues myself and ended up driving from Virginia Beach early this morning. So glad to be here. Most importantly, we're excited about Greensboro. As the mayor mentioned, it's really a perfect situation taking the largest company in the facility management industry with what we view as the premier facilities in the United States. The ability for Oakview to come in and be a true partner to a city like Greensboro is what attracted us. As the mayor mentioned, when we started having discussions with the city, we together had a number of initiatives that we wanted to come in and hit the ground running. The first initiative for us was to have a smooth transition of over 1,000 employees from city employment to Oakview employment. That happened on July 1st, and we couldn't be more proud of that. So a round of applause to our employees who have done that. And that's important. As the mayor mentioned, the people that came to the facility, the First Horizon Coliseum, in May, and then came back here July, August, and September, did not notice a difference in the service that they received. They just noticed the smiling, friendly attitudes of all the people here at the Coliseum. So that's really important to us, and that was the most important initiative that we had. We had 3 other initiatives that we talked to City Council about early on. We talked about naming rights. We had a conversation with City Council that we felt as though in year 2, we could have a naming rights partner. We're 3 months into our relationship, and we're announcing the First Horizon Coliseum. So we're excited about that. Our second initiative was to have a major professional sports franchise here in Greensboro. We're still working on that, and we hope to have some announcements to that initiative in the future as well. And our third initiative for both the Coliseum and the Tanger Center is to raise the profile of shows. And we're already going to work with that, and I think our Stevie Wonder announcement that we had 2 weeks ago is the first step in that direction. So you'll continue to see larger, greater, and bigger events in this facility, not just at the First Horizon Coliseum, but at the Tanger Center and the 7 other facilities that we're involved in. So we couldn't be more proud of our partnership, and we think today is the first step in that long-standing relationship that we're going to have with all of you. So please welcome to the First Horizon Coliseum. I want to thank very specifically our team that worked on this deal, Derek Goldfarb and Mike Mitchell. From the day we got going, started beating the ground, making the phone calls necessary, developed a relationship with Todd and their team, and it was instantaneous. Partnership is a word I keep using. And we will work together with First Horizon to be out in the community, to be stewards of Greensboro and the surrounding areas. We look forward to the success of the First Horizon Coliseum moving forward. Thank you.
Good evening. We're going to reconvene in a minute. If you can take your seats. Chris Wilson. Good evening and welcome back. We are moving on to item number H6 and H7. H6 is a public hearing to consider adoption of the West Friendly Neighborhood Conservation Overlay, and H7, a public hearing to consider West Friendly Overlay zoning map amendment. We do have a total of 15 minutes for speakers. There will be a staff presentation. Russ?
There we go. Okay. Thank you. So good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you very much. My name is Russ Clegg. I'm the manager of the Long Range Planning Division in the Planning Department. Tonight, we are asking City Council to hold a public hearing and consider the adoption of a neighborhood conservation overlay for a portion of West Friendly Avenue. Council can adopt the overlay with changes to either the map or the standards. The Planning and Zoning Commission held the public hearing on September 16th and voted in favor of the recommendation supporting adoption with a 5-4 vote. First, a brief overview before my presentation. I'll point out a few highlights. First, this process was initiated and driven by residents and property owners. Staff provided technical support, but the residents began the process, secured signatures on petitions, and discussed the overlay with other property owners. This overlay makes adjustments to specific dimensional standards of the zoning code based on what exists currently in the area. It does not stop development or rezoning, but helps make new zoning or new development compatible with what is there. Our comprehensive plan speaks about the importance of infill, but also about compatible development. And there will be 5 standards in the proposal that I will go over briefly in a moment. This is the area proposed for the NCO. It includes properties that face Friendly Avenue from West Ridge Road to Holden Road. There are some gaps in the properties that are included. This is for 2 reasons. There are some city-owned properties, such as parks and fire stations, and some properties face cul-de-sacs and don't face Friendly Avenue, so they were not included in the overlay. The residents along Friendly Avenue initiated conversations with city staff and turned in the necessary application and kept the process moving forward throughout the process. The neighborhood does the work of getting petitions signed and explaining the concepts of the NCO as they do so. Residents were responsible for getting the signatures on the petitions. To start the process, there's a requirement for a petition with signatures from property owners of 25% of the properties in the area. And a second petition is required to move into the public hearing process. That requires signatures from owners of at least 50% of the properties along the corridor. During the process, we held 2 large public meetings. The first was in January. We talked about what neighborhood conservation overlays are, We discussed the character-defining elements of that section of Friendly Avenue. Residents told us that they appreciated the large front yards, the way the houses were situated on the lots, and particularly the trees that line the avenue as you move either on the road or on the sidewalks. We also got consensus on moving forward with the process. We held a second meeting in April. We determined which elements to include and some of the specifics for those elements. I will point out that the notifications for the meetings and the petitions also were only included with the people that were directly impacted and included in the overlay. The notifications that we do for the public hearings, like this one, go to a much wider audience because it includes a 750-foot buffer around that. So a neighborhood conservation overlay is put in place to help maintain some consistency in an area as new development occurs. The overlay tailors dimensional standards based on the pattern of existing neighborhood development. In some cases, the way neighborhoods were built does not match the current zoning. It is intended to help new development be more compatible with the existing neighborhood. It does not prevent someone from asking to rezone their property. The elements in the NCO would stay consistent if the base zoning changed. It does not regulate maintenance or demolitions, and if new building does occur, there's no extra process or approvals required due to a neighborhood conservation overlay. The current zoning in this portion of Friendly Avenue is R3. That allows detached single-family dwelling units up to 3 per acre. It does allow some other uses, including churches and schools. And the elements that are included in this NCO include front and side setbacks, height, orientation, and tree conservation. The front setback for R3 zoning is 25 feet. The average along this portion of Friendly Avenue is over 90 feet. The setbacks are a little larger as you move west along the road, but generally there's a smooth and consistent line from one house to the next. In cases of new construction, the proposed NCO uses the average of the 2 adjacent properties to determine the front setback for the new construction. So it takes that context into consideration. Side setbacks for R3 is 10 feet. The average in this area is over 20 feet. The NCO proposes to have a minimum side setback for 20 feet if the lots are 90 feet wide or larger. Most of the lots in this area are wider than required. And for lots narrower than 90 feet, the side setback will stay at 10 feet. The maximum height allowed in R3 zoning is 50 feet. About 90% of the homes in the proposed overlay are 1 story in height. The proposed ordinance has a maximum height of 40 feet. There is an allowance for accessory structures to be up to 12 feet taller than the principal structure to allow for additions to garages if that's desired. Orientation is included. The main facade of the principal structure will face Friendly Avenue. If there's a subdivision of lots, the lots that face Friendly Avenue will be included in the NCO, and those houses would need to face the avenue. And finally, tree conservation. And again, along with the other elements, this only applies if there's new construction. In that case, the first 50 feet of the front yard is determined to be an area where 75% of the existing trees have to be preserved. If that cannot be met, then additional trees can be removed, but they do need to be replanted back to that 75% number. And doing an analysis of the neighborhood, we saw that most of the trees were in the front half of the yard, so they tailored the conservation area based on that. So at this point, I'd like to answer any questions y'all may have.
Any questions for Russ? Okay, we do have a number of speakers signed up. Jenny Kaiser, Art Close, Nikki Kohut, Andrew Aronson, Andrew LaRue, and John Drinkard. You have a total of 15 minutes. You can come up in any order that you choose. If you would give us your address also, that would be helpful.
Good evening, Mayor Vaughn and council members. My name is Nikki Kohut, and I live at 3921 West Friendly Avenue. I am a lifelong Greensboro resident, and I live within the NCO district. I'm here this evening to express my support of the West Friendly Avenue Neighborhood Conservation Overlay. The NCO came together as a request by the neighborhood to preserve the unique elements of the West Friendly Avenue neighborhood, which has drawn families and visitors alike to Greensboro for over half a century. This area has long been established as a center point of multiple historic Greensboro neighborhoods converging. These neighborhoods include Starmount Forest, Hamilton Lakes, and Hamilton Forest. Each home within the NCO has its own unique charm, contributing to the neighborhood's character. As such, we've had great interest and support from the neighbors within the NCO to see that the area remains close to its current form, respective to new development. Over the last year, we began the process of submitting a petition to the city for the creation of the NCO. We held several public meetings from January through April to get feedback from the neighborhood. I personally worked with the city planning department as well as a team of neighbors and homeowners over the last 15 months to listen to concerns with respect to the NCO. In those conversations, we learned that what is cherished are the large residential lots with deep setbacks, street-facing homes, walking trails, large canopy trees along the roadside, and a tree-planted median, all which uniquely define the area within the NCO. In total, we had over 80% of property owners sign in favor of the draft that was proposed. The Greensboro 2040 plan outlines the goal of safeguarding the environment, protecting trees and historic buildings and places from potential impacts of development and redevelopment. Through the details of tree preservation, street-facing homes, building height maximums, and setbacks, the protections set forth in the NCO will help shape future development within the neighborhood, serve to protect natural resources, give the neighborhood a sense of place, character, landscape, and wisely facilitate quality residential infill design. Because the neighborhood is surrounded by activity centers to the east and west of the NCO will serve as a much-needed buffer in order to protect the integrity of the neighborhood. Buffers help to preserve streetscapes, maintain view sheds, and prevent incompatible development from encroaching on and harming established neighborhoods within larger communities. This NCO is not just about the setbacks, trees, or even rezoning. It's about preserving a treasured Greensboro neighborhood. City Council has not just an opportunity, but a duty to safeguard the legacy and beauty of this beloved neighborhood for both present and future generations. I'm asking the Commission for your vote to approve the West Friendly Avenue Neighborhood Conservation Overlay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andrew LaRue. I live at 708 Kemp Road West in Greensboro, which was in the 750-foot buffer. My wife and I also own property at 4016 West Friendly Avenue, which is undeveloped right now, but within the bounds of the NCO. I'm speaking in support of adopting this NCO and would like your support in it as well. This effort has really brought our neighborhood together over this long process that we've been through. I've met many neighbors that I hadn't met before, kind of a little further away from us. And there's been a really good participation through all the neighborhood meetings that we've had. So we have had signs in the yards. The signs have advertised this NCO. They've advertised the meetings that we've been having, the planning board meetings that we've been to. All those dates have been on our signs. Emails, phone trees. I think that's why we were able to gain such a high percentage of support from other residents that live along this section of West Friendly Avenue. The city planning department was also a great help for us during the meetings, helping us guide and develop this NCO, help write drafts, bring it back to the residential neighborhoods for comments, which we provided, and we're able to update it. So we were able to craft it so it just has the minimum standards that we wanted in the NCO. We've lived in Greensboro for 17 years and in our current house for 8 years. When the property at 4016 came up for sale, we jumped at the opportunity because it's such a great neighborhood. We wanted to maintain ownership of those properties with local residents. We wanted to keep all the trees that are on that property. and then have the option in the future, right? So if we want to downsize and put a house there, but we're also raising our kids in the neighborhood. So we will have that property for future generations for our kids if they're still in Greensboro, so they can enjoy the neighborhood, raise their family the way that we've raised them there as well. I think the strength of this NCO comes from all of the independent individuals that came together and formed this great majority for it. So having all those different voices in it has really strengthened it. I really think that want this to be a success story for residents getting involved with city processes, with the planning department, and coming together on a good solution that's going to help preserve our neighborhood for the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tell your children to stay here in Greensboro.
Yep.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. First of all, my name is John Drinkard. My wife and I live at 4020 West Friendly Avenue. We've lived there since 1997. We've lived in the community for 40 years and raised our family there. Our home is in the boundaries of the NCO. I want to, I guess, put first of all on your mind 3 things I want to hit upon. Number one is that we have overwhelming support by the neighbors who are in the NCO neighborhood for this amendment. We went through a very lengthy process working with the team of the City of Greensboro and as well as neighbors to get cohesion on this. Number 2, I want to emphasize that this is about creating a pathway forward for new development in our neighborhood. We know that that is going to happen, and how can we, based upon what our past experience, make this an easier process? And so the third element is, if we can make it an easier process for us, we can make it an easier process for you. So just a very quick historical perspective about how the NCO came about. First of all, I'm an architect. I work with developers. I'm also a resident, so I'm very accustomed to how is a development done that can benefit the neighborhood versus when it ignores the neighborhood and turns us back upon the context of the surrounding area. I personally experienced that this past year as we were dealing with rezoning in our neighborhood. Coming out of the process, although we won that battle, we wanted to find a way, how can we make this easier for ourselves and for developers? Can we find a guideline to help them know how, if they're coming into our neighborhood, what are the guidelines that would be helpful for them for planning that process? I'll say that that's how we came, amazingly enough, City of Greensboro had that answer. It's called an NCO. And it helps, as Russ did a great job explaining, it helps fill in those gaps. Such that if we can provide that overlay, and Zach, I appreciate your comments regarding that, but we can provide that level of overlay to give that extra addition guidance as they're looking at and developing a piece of property in a neighborhood so that we feel comfortable that they're going to have those as guidelines to go by. So last few points, I just want to offer some clarifications regarding this. I guess, number one, this NCO is not about stopping new development. It is about promoting development in our neighborhood to help support what you're doing with the 2040 plan. The second thing I'd like to say is that we're not here to limit rights of the homeowners. This is not an HOA. We're not requiring homeowners to ask permission to do anything. It's not preventing them from redeveloping their property or rezoning their property. But it gives a guideline for any new construction that is to be done in this area. How can it help fit the context environment and protect this corridor for as you go approaching the Greensboro from the west? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor Vaughn and City Council members, my name is Jenny Kaiser, and I live at 201 Erskine Drive West. And I'm here in support of my neighbors that live on West Friendly. I'm vertically challenged, so excuse us just for a second. Short people rule. Yay. I'm here in support of my neighbors on West Friendly, and I am asking for your support as well. When I am tasked with a question that has different perspectives, I ask, what do we want? So I ask all of us right now, what do we want? While I cannot answer for you, I will attempt to answer for our neighbors on West Friendly. They want a neighborhood that will keep its character and appeal as investors purchase land for redevelopment, hence the request for the NCO. One of our biggest questions I've heard is, who initiated the NCO? There has been this assumption that the NCO is a plan devised from people not impacted by the overlay. The genesis of the NCO started after hearing about the Westridge NCO during the rezoning of the Saba property last summer. The idea was quickly picked up by our West Friendly homeowners. It was intentional that the people championing the adoption be impacted by the adoption. In addition, the only people that had a vote on what the NCO covered were residents owning property on West Friendly. Again, this was intentional, as those of us not living on the boulevard would not be impacted by the changes. The petitioners understand that the NCO is not a binding contract. The NCO is meant to be used as a tool for investors to see how they can make their new sections blend in with the established ones. These guidelines also help us ensure gentle density increase rather than rapid ones. The neighborhood would hope that the NCO would be considered when new construction is being approved. All homes under the NCO are deemed compliant at the time of adoption by you. Here are some of the scenarios to kind of better illustrate the impact of the NCO on the neighborhood. For resale, the NCO and the compliancy of that home follows the home and not the homeowner. The renovations to the interior and exterior of the home are not included as long as the footprint of the home does not change. Additions would be covered under the NCO, but we would hope that the neighbors would be able to understand the boundaries and respect them. Catastrophic incident. This came up. What happens if there's a fire or a tree falls on the house? What happens? You're going to be rebuilding. A new home can be rebuilt on the existing footprint and still be considered compliant. The NCO does not require that a home be rebuilt on the exact footprint, but it does allow it. If you would like to demolish and rebuild or build a cul-de-sac or build a neighborhood, that is when the NCO really comes into action. And it's important to note that when a subdivision is built, it's only the homes facing West Friendly that are included in the NCO. Just like to point out that per the city's checking, we had more than 70% of homeowners on West Friendly sign in to this NCO and ask for it to be approved. So with the remaining 2 minutes, if you guys have any questions, we'd happily answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers for the last minute and 56 seconds? Okay, well then is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Move to close the public hearing.
Okay, it was moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mrs. Thurm. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And that passes unanimously. Motion or comments? Well, Mrs. Yeah.
We've had council work sessions about it, and so we know a lot about it. And thank the staff for that. But we have talked to people, and it's not like we're not very familiar with it.
So Mrs. Hoffman, I think, has a motion, and then I do as well.
And I'll make a couple of comments. Yeah. I think this is an example of a neighborhood that came together quite strongly to attempt to offer some protection for the things that they felt were important about their neighborhood. It's a neighborhood that I know quite well, as a matter of fact. my husband Jack and I think, bought our house on Kemp Road West the same year as Mr. Drinkard. I believe he mentioned 1997 as well also. We lived at 707, which was the second house in on Kemp Road. And then, subsequently, some years later, moved to the Friendly West Townhome community, which is just across the street from where the overlay will begin or end. So, I appreciate what has been done. I think what you've been able to do is to preserve the elements of your community that you felt strongly about. That's the protection of the tree canopy on Friendly. It's the setbacks for new construction, and the houses fronting on Friendly, so as well as the tree conservation, which you wanted to maintain for Friendly Avenue. So I think you've accomplished that with the NCO, and I give you lots of credit for all of the work that you did. I think one of our zoning commissioners said it's hard to get 80% of a group of people to ever agree on anything. So I think that you were close to 80% in terms of your representation. There's only one thing, and I don't know whether it will require a motion or not, Mayor, but
Yeah, we
I
might
feel
need a little help from Chuck.
I feel strongly that there is one property that needs to be removed from the overlay, and I've discussed it with a few people, and that's the property at West Friendly and Holden, 3701. That's been a rental property for 25 plus years. My belief is that it's never, it's not ever going to be a newly constructed single-family dwelling. So I think it has other development opportunity because the length of it really runs back along Holden. So I don't know how we do this, but I would like consideration.
So I think you should make a motion with that adjustment.
Okay.
Move it minus that property, and then I
All right.
have a...
Then, there may be some other comments, but I'd like to make the motion that we approve the NCO for West Friendly with the change or addition that we exempt 3701 West Friendly.
Is there a second on that?
I'll second.
Mayor Pro Tem gets precedence. So I would also like to make a friendly amendment, but let me explain it. I'm very familiar with this area. My parents lived on Seven Oaks, one house in. My son lives 2 houses in on Starmount, and I live on Westridge. As you know, Westridge is the only other street in Greensboro right now with the NCO. I think it shows you that it's something that takes a lot of time and commitment for it to happen, or a whole bunch of neighborhoods would at this point. So I know that a lot of work went into this, and so I will support it. The question I have is that right now, if somebody wanted to have an adjustment done, whether it's to change a setback or whatever, they would appear in front of the Board of Adjustments. I would prefer that it come back to City Council. This was a very deliberate rezoning to your own properties, and I think City Councils understand the significance of that. I don't feel that the Board of Adjustments does.
I agree.
And all the work that goes into putting together an NCO. So I would like to change it, and I don't know if I have pushback from legal, but I would like to change it where instead of going to the Board of Adjustments, it comes back to City Council.
Did you make a motion to that effect?
That's what I'm making, yes. And unless
I thought there was a motion on the floor.
She made a friendly amendment.
The friendly amendment
to the motion.
and I second both of them.
She made the friendly amendment, then Nancy got to accept
I mean,
the
one
friendly
really has
amendment.
nothing to do with the other. I don't think you can change the ordinance, this way.
I think, though, that while it may not change the ordinance, it does address the appeal process, and I think that's something that we need to do because we see that there is a very contentious one going on along Westridge right now, or the potential of a Board of Adjustments hearing along Westridge. And I think that this is something very different. It's not a standard rezoning. This is something that the neighborhood has imposed upon themselves, and that is something that's different, and I think it should come back to us.
Yeah, the statutory structure of what the legislature has imposed is that you appeal from that Board of Adjustments to the Superior Court.
No, but I'm saying don't send it to the Board of Adjustments, send it back to the City Council. So that
but the jurisdiction of the Board of Adjustments has already been established by council.
But, Chuck, I think what's being said is if we approve the NCO here, and then it was someone wanted to come back in the NCO based on what they wanted to make a change, then that particular appeal would come here.
An NCO is a
Not
classic,
to a Board of
legislative action by council. It has broad application. It's a sort of a rule that council is adopting as a political matter.
I think when that was adopted, I don't know that there were any NCOs and that was even thought of.
All I'm saying is that when you do that, that's what it is. It's a legislative act. It's the kind of thing you guys do all the time.
So can't we do a legislative act saying it comes back to council?
That would be changing the jurisdiction of the Board of Adjustments, and their role is to do quasi-judicial transactions.
Right.
So instead of having the sort of community oversight and role that you all play generally, it's not supposed to be about that. It's only supposed to be on the evidence presented.
See, I think that's where the problem is. I think that's the problem. If somebody was going to come and wanted an adjustment in a setback or the frontage, that there has been a lot of community involvement, and you lose that by sending it back to the Board of Adjustments. And if somebody is able to appeal the setbacks then that kind of does away with the whole NCO, because that is really the biggest part of what they're.
Exceptions to general rules happen all the time. It's a general rule, and you're making an exception to it. But you have to do it based on the narrow focus, and you guys have a broad focus. So,
well, you're the lawyer. I disagree. I think this is a different. I think this is a different standard. It's an NCO. It's not a regular rezoning where somebody needs an adjustment in their setback or their frontage or whatever. This is something that has been imposed upon by the neighborhood that 80% have signed on to. And if they can now just go to the Board of Adjustments and ask for an exception, I think it really does away with the strength of this action.
Could we do some research on that?
I can't, what?
Could we do some research on that and get back to you about it before an action's taken?
Well, we have.
Madam Mayor?
Tammy?
I'd like to suggest that we look at this issue more globally, because if we make this adjustment, then we need to also go ahead and make the adjustment for Westridge.
And I think Westridge would be fine with that.
And so I'm thinking that if we need to adjust an ordinance or something of that, if we have the ability to do that,
public hearing,
that we do that as a separate agenda item and make that change globally.
Well, and I think that my idea is that this is globally because it's not a standard rezoning. It's not a regular rezoning. It's not going to impact everybody in the city. It would impact this street. If we wanted to impact Westridge as well, that would be great. So if we want to go ahead and pass it and then put the appeal process on an additional agenda item at a later date, like in November, I think that's fine.
I think
I'd
that's
appreciate that
what I was
opportunity.
suggesting.
I think actually it's a change in an ordinance and it needs to have a public hearing, just
Yeah.
the amendment part of it. And I really need to do a little more deeper research on it before I can fully advise.
Okay, but I would like a report back, and if we can do it in November or December, that would be fine.
No problem.
But I do think that this is an unusual situation, and that it should be given the deliberation that it deserves. And I think it's best handled at the council level. So I will withdraw my friendly amendment to a later date.
Okay, so we have, I've made the motion to.
I just have one
But there
quick.
might be some
I'm
more
sorry.
comments.
I just had one quick question. Now that the mayor's withdrew her amendment, but if we vote on this and it passes, that means we've passed it according to the current legislation. How are we going to go back and appeal that? We're going to have to go back through.
The appeal process on a variance application has nothing to do with the adoption of the NCO, just like the Westridge one. I mean, it's a separate ordinance, and you can amend that after a public hearing at any council meeting. I would just like to have a chance to do a little research and make sure that you're advised, at which point you can certainly make whatever choices you want to make.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So
Are there
I'm sorry.
any other comments?
Any other questions? No, go ahead.
Oh, I thought you were through. No?
If there are other questions.
Mary Kay, Zach.
I just wanted to thank the community and those who've been so interested in this. I could go through everything we've already talked about or was presented there, but we have gotten all of your emails. Many of you, we've gotten your phone calls, but with our schedules, sometimes we can't return everything. So I wanted to make that perfectly clear that
Thank you.
we are listening, and we do hear you. I certainly appreciate, coming with the PowerPoint. All of the comments were very concise. It wasn't like other things have been in the past sometimes. But, we really do appreciate it, and don't want you to think that we haven't noted what you've sent to us and what you've left on voicemails, because when you get more than like 50 a day, it's sometimes a little hard to return all the calls. We do try, but we just wanted to thank you for that. So, yes, I'm in support of this as well. Thank you.
So, Zach, Tammy, Nancy, anyone else? Okay, Zach?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Kirkwood, which I've represented for 10 years, tried to do an NCO. And it turned out to be a real cluster. And it didn't go through, which was an interesting process. And Mike Kirkman and I had some discussion on that last week when we discussed this. One of the things that I heard was to make it easier for the neighborhood and for the city. I will tell you, one of my concerns with NCOs is you get a false sense of security. And meaning, and I see head shaking. You don't have to listen to me. I've just served up here for 20 years. You get a false sense of security where you think, well, the NCO is going to cover it. I'm protected, so I don't need to be involved or worry about it, which is one of the downfalls on the Kirkwood proposed NCO. Much like you saw earlier, things that may be on the books are not set in stone and can be changed. And it will be interesting to see if it goes to the Board of Adjustments or if it comes to us. The other key point is one of the best things that we have in our communities are neighbors that actually do know each other and do work together. And having an NCO shouldn't stop that. If there's a problem, you should come together. And the fact that you had a rezoning case that y'all did, as was mentioned earlier, successfully beat, shows you that you've had a voice You don't need an overlay to have a voice. You, to somebody's point, have been heard. You will continue to be heard, whether an NCO happens or not. One of my concerns is this is in perpetuity. So Friendly Avenue is a major road. I remember when we were reconstructing it and the calls and emails we got when the construction was happening, and how dare we put a median in the middle of Friendly and the trees and all the stuff that we went through then. And so it is, we tried to beautify our road, and the city got blamed for that. But it is a major road. And, you know, looking at the map, folks, there's not going to be a whole lot of change. I mean, the only thing that could change looking at the houses is somebody would have to buy a lot of houses. You know, I do have questions, Russ, relating to cul-de-sacs. So I do see a couple of areas. And I wrote down, would Roundtree Court or Bruton Court, would, under the NCO, would Bruton Court have been able to be developed?
Bruton Court is one of the properties that's excluded. Is that correct? I believe.
You tell me. This is your plan. It is excluded.
So I would say
the question is, if somebody were to come in and say, hypothetically, come in off of Greenwood, buy the property located, hypothetically, at 803 Greenwood, buy the property that's currently in a trust, at 3804 West Friendly. So you come off of Greenwood and you build a cul-de-sac, okay? So that's a 2-acre lot. You could have probably a few houses in there. That would be a cul-de-sac that dead ends, very similar to Bruton Court. Would that be affected? That property is in the NCO, but the houses will not face Friendly. Does the NCO come into play?
So the way that would work, if there's a subdivision of property that's currently in the NCO, then the parcels that were remaining facing Friendly Avenue would be part of the NCO. So those houses would need to face Friendly Avenue. So in that instance, those houses would face Friendly Avenue and be part of that NCO, and the other houses would not. They would be no
So
longer.
in this case, should future development, they would have to come to the Board of Adjustments, or as the mayor requested, come back to City Council to do a cul-de-sac where houses would not face Friendly Avenue.
If they wanted to, whatever subdivision, and if there was a need to vary from the NCO, just like any other part of the zoning code, they would need to go to the Board of Adjustment to seek some variance to that, yes.
So this would go with that, even though the houses are not going to face Friendly, the proposed development.
Correct. Well, I mean, assuming there should be some way to build it so the houses did face Friendly, but if that was not a possibility, they would need to go to the Board of Adjustment for variance, yes.
On the rebuild, should a disaster occur, which obviously we saw in western North Carolina, to rebuild, if I wanted to rebuild my house closer to Friendly, would that be okay? Or would I have to go through Board of Adjustments to rebuild my house?
That would, if the NCO were established, that would really depend on where your neighbor's house is at. If they sit in front of you, yes, you would be able to move forward because the new front setback would be based on the average of the two next to you. If you were a little bit ahead of those, you would have to build back in your existing footprint or move back a little bit. So it wouldn't require you to build back in your exact footprint, but the new setback would really depend on where the two built properties were
So
next.
some of these houses are 70 years old, right? Built around 1950. And thought processes on housing were different back then, correct? And so if I had something that I wanted to have more of a backyard for more privacy, maybe, I've got 3 kids, have a bigger backyard, I would have to pay how much to reapply to get permission to build the house that I want?
If you wanted to build ahead of the front setback to increase your backyard, depending on, the circumstances, obviously, you might need to go get a variance, yes, if you wanted to be.
And how much is that?
That I don't know.
I think it's $300, Zach.
So
400.
rezonings are about 1,200.
Yeah, I think the Board of Adjustment cost is.
Board
I
of
think.
Adjustment fees are $400.
Is it 400?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mike,
So it's
okay.
400, but if the mayor, if it comes back to city council, is there a fee?
That, we don't know that. Well, that's a whole different kettle of fish, so. That's a whole conversation we'll have to get a report on later from the attorney's
Okay.
office, so.
I mean, $400 if you're building a house on this road is a rounding error for most, but it just shows the impediment that we're creating on this. The additions. So if I want to build I personally want to build a fireplace in my backyard and a deck. If I do that, am I going to have to apply to go to the Board of Adjustments to build an addition on the back of my house and pay the fee?
No, sir, this does not change the existing back setback, so assuming you can build within that, you would not need a variance on that, for anything in the back.
If I want to build a master suite or something or a garage, what's an addition?
Well, anything that would require a permit, basically it's not any different than the way we treat setbacks now. They just kind of adjust what that setback is. So if you were to go do a significant addition to your house or build a new house, you submit plans to the city and we review that against the prevailing setbacks for that zoning.
So anything I have to get a permit for, I have to come back to the Board of Adjustments?
No, sir. Not unless, if it fits within those parameters,
Well, that's
you
what
do
you
not.
just said. Hold on.
So if you would not need to get a variance unless whatever you were proposing to do went farther than the setback, just as you do currently with the land development ordinance. So, presuming that we're building within what the setbacks were, you would not need to get a variance.
Okay, but the NCO widens the setback, doubles it, right?
For lots 90 feet wide and larger, yes.
Yeah. I struggle with this because I wish NCOs, quite frankly, neighborhood conservation overlays, had a renewal process, because this neighborhood's going to change, the ownership's going to change, and the new owners might not agree with what you want in 20 years. And this is something that's done forever, right? What we do today could last 150 years, even though our city might change.
Unless the ordinance is changed in the future, that is correct.
I will say that, in my opinion, having served up here from zoning commission and city council, I've rarely seen a neighborhood not win. Not win. If a neighborhood in Westridge started the neighborhood congress on that redevelopment 20 years ago, Westridge won, regardless of a neighborhood conservation overlay. They won. Westridge is the epitome of neighborhood and property owners coming together to fight against what would be deemed a bad development. And there's been others. I've had controversial cases in College Hill, where we voted on an old metal works factory to turn into student housing. And I remember it was the only precinct I lost in like 3 elections. But it was the right decision, and council went with it, and we have more student housing there, and quite frankly, it looks a hell of a lot better than the metal sheet plant that was there. So I've been through this for 20 years.
That precinct is in District 4 now.
Yeah, and it's good, and it adds a hell of a lot of money to the tax base. Looking at this street, knowing it as well as I do, it's going to take a lot for anything to happen. Just looking at knowing the houses, this all came about because of really one rezoning that combined 3 lots. And now we're in a case where that doesn't even come into play on this. I think it'll pass, but this is not the end. It's not the end. You don't give up. I mean, you got to pay attention. A neighborhood conservation overlay, again, I think builds impediment to development, impediment to mixed use. We basically beg folks to have mixed use, and now we're going to make it harder to have, townhomes or other things that are more friendly to new buyers and mature buyers. As Nancy said, she lived on Folkestone for a number of years, and this is going to create further impediments. And I've got a problem with that, and to sit here and vote on something that will last in perpetuity when we don't know what's going to be in perpetuity. So I'm not really for these. I stood strong on Kirkwood, and quite frankly, I was involved in a development that the Kirkwood neighborhood spends a lot of time at, lives at. It was a mixed-use development called Kirkwood Place, and is a very successful thing that we were able to get done, and the neighborhood loves it. So I think you're going to miss out on some opportunities, but again, just you've had a voice all along. You want it. Don't let a neighborhood conservation overlay think that you're going to be done. I can't support it for some of those reasons.
Tammy?
Yeah, I feel almost the exact opposite of Zach on this. And for me, this kind of empowers not only the neighborhood, but I think it empowers developers. We had a developer that spent a lot of time and money, and we see it all the time. Developers come in, they make plans, they go through the zoning, and for one reason or another, and frequently it's because of neighborhood opposition. We just had one today. Gets voted down. And I think this gives an opportunity to a developer to look at properties that they may want to develop and go, okay, how can I do this and not go through much of the hell that our developers go through, rightly so, but, and I shouldn't call it hell, but rightly so, to work in conjunction with the neighbors, and they're backpedaling and redoing. This gives them an idea up front. This is what we want. This is what the neighborhood wants to see. It saves the developer a lot of time and money in going through, battles in the future. I commend this group of neighbors, this neighborhood. I think they've done an admirable job of identifying a problem and saying, okay, how do we make sure we don't have to go through this again? And how do we use the system? If there are things we don't like about the NCO, if we want to see a 25-year renewal or something like that, then we can go through and take a look at the NCO ordinance. But at this point, with this NCO before us, I think it's a great thing, and I look forward to voting in favor of it.
Nancy, then Hugh. Oh, nothing? Okay, sorry.
You have comments?
Hugh?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess off the top, I'll say that I will not be supporting this NCO, and let me explain why. I look at the 2040 plan, the one that we talked about a little bit earlier. I look at what it calls for. It calls for a lot of infill. It calls for the mixed use. It calls for all the differences that will help to make us a little more unique going to the future. And I look at the tenets of the NCO, and I look at that inflection point. That is when there are changes. I think, was it the demolitions or the reconstructions or the additions? And then I overlay that with, the home ages, and then you have the owners may or may not change over time, and the idea of what that housing or the housing in that community or in Greensboro as a whole can change from owner to owner from time to time. And it just seems to me as if the overlay, as well as it has been constructed by this community coming together and engaging and all those good things, I feel that it does and can add some obstacles or hurdles or impediments to the future owners, the future growth, the future ideas. I would rather that not happen. Again, appreciating all that the community has done in coming together, I'm still looking at 2040, mixed use, infill, future growth in housing in our communities, and I think that this NCO may not get us there. So I will not be in support.
Dr. Wells?
I also will not support. And my reason is because it seems to be the opposite of change. The city's growing, the city's changing, and I look at the neighbors, and I applaud the neighbors because I'm a neighborhood person, and to get folk together around the cause is remarkable, and you've done an excellent job. But you're saying that you want West Friendly Avenue to look the same and be the same for 100 years. We'll be gone. Young people will be coming. They want to change. If they want to change the looks of things, then they should be able to do it. I just think that to say, I want this to be the same, I want the trees, the houses, everything to be the same, when we really won't even be here to see some of them. So I'm just thinking about the way I think about where we are in time. And we've all been given a certain time to be here on earth and to do the things that we were created to do, and then we go off the scene. It's just like a play. We all just play out our scene, our act, and we're gone. But the next players have to come, the next actors. And we don't want them to have to try to play the same role we did, because they're different actors, it's different scene, different times. I think it's against change, and I'm about change. I want to see Greensboro grow. I want to see Greensboro change, and I don't think we should tie the hands of the next generation with this kind of ordinance.
Mrs. Thurm?
Yes. Just in response to Mr. Holson and Dr. Wells' comments, we offer the neighborhood conservation overlay. We have an ordinance. We have it out there. We offered it. We have Westridge neighbors who took advantage of it and created one. How do we justify saying Westridge can have one, but Friendly can't? How do you justify that area? We've got neighborhoods all over Greensboro that, because they don't have an NCO, are now fighting for their lives and fighting to be restored. And we support that. We want to get them back to the glory of the neighborhoods they once were, or even better. But that's only some neighborhoods. You know, I kind of feel like if we're not going to have support NCOs when neighbors do the work and come up with what I think are reasonable expectations, then why do we have NCOs? And how do we justify saying you can have one, but you can't? That just doesn't makes no sense to me. And I think we're penalizing people for taking advantage of a program the city offers.
Thank you. Mrs. Hightower?
Thank you very much. So I hear both sides, and I've been sitting here kind of quiet. Doesn't necessarily mean that because if you vote this one down, you still can't do others, correct? Because what I don't want to do is see other neighborhoods penalized either. It's kind of what Tammy's speaking to around making sure they have the opportunity to protect their neighborhoods, you know, by having an overlay. And maybe many neighborhoods don't have an overlay because they don't understand it, because it took me a while to understand it too. So it's not something simple. When you talk about rezonings, people get. But when you talk about overlay, what are you overlaying? Where are you overlaying? What type of overlay is it? And I've heard people talk about a tree conservation overlay even. And so, you know, my concern would be if nobody else, other neighborhoods couldn't do it. But then I think, on the other hand, and I'm going to be like some of my colleagues, I'm confused tonight, I'm conflicted. You know, so I want neighborhoods to have those opportunities to protect themselves as well. And if an overlay does some of that, then I think then it's certainly a tool that they should be able to use when they fight for their neighborhoods, just like they do when it's rezonings and they don't want to live in HI places. So I just want to make sure that we're not taking something off the table that is still will be able to be utilized.
You know, what I would say to that, Mrs. Hightower, is that, you know, this neighborhood has been together for over a year, 14, 15 months, and that if this doesn't pass, why would another neighborhood think that their efforts of 16 months to 2 years, why would they think, well, let's try it and see if it passes, when this neighborhood has been so together and worked so hard and they get turned down? I think it would make other neighborhoods less likely to try it.
As I said, though, Kirkwood did for a number of years, and they came in front of us how many times, Mike?
Just the one public hearing. It went to the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council. I don't remember. It's a year and a half, I think, total, maybe.
To Councilwoman Thurm's point about how can we do this, I reserve the right to have my own opinion. I mean, and I would hope that we all can have our opinions, and while we might not agree all the time, that I said my opinion in an eloquent way to, you know, thank everybody and to understand that they have a voice no matter what gets passed. But, you know, how dare I do something like this when I spoke against the Kirkwood overlay on a district that I represented. And that was a district that I had a house in. It was a district that I had a house right beside. And so, you know, working with my neighbors, I still voted against it. And so I have no problem speaking my mind and feeling extremely comfortable with my opinion for me on this topic. And for anybody to question how I can make that decision, I thought I laid it out very nicely, very succinctly, and I feel absolutely comfortable with my thought process on this item.
And Madam Mayor, I would say the very same thing, that I don't believe there's any one member of council who sits here who is a monolith just because we made one zoning decision, R5, R7, whatever it is, that we have to keep either approving or denying those. Thank you.
Mrs. Hoffman?
Sorry. I don't think that this NCO is setting in stone what Friendly Avenue is going to look like for the next century. Friendly Avenue is going to change in the next 5 years and 10 years and for the next few decades. Home ownership is going to change within these blocks of Friendly Avenue, and although the NCO is in place, depending upon what they want to do and feel that they need to do in terms of their property, they are going to go currently to the Board of Adjustment. I'm not thinking about the fact that when we're voting for this tonight, we're setting in stone what Friendly Avenue is going to look like for the next 100 years, because we aren't. That's going to change, and again, I think the mayor made this point too, or Mary Kay perhaps. It just means that as a neighborhood, you have to be constantly in tune with what's happening in your neighborhood and what might be being suggested in terms of zoning or whatever. So I'm reasonably certain that in this case that you will.
Did you want to say something, Dr. Wells?
I want to say, when we make decisions, it's based on our own thoughts, our past. There's a lot of things that cause us to make the decisions that we make. It's not that, we're in opposition to each other, because I believe it's going to pass. But I do still think that it's not the best thing for us. I really think that we're tying hands, and when I hear we want to keep things as they are, that bothers me, because of my history, because of our history, to think of wanting to keep things the way they are and the way they were, because things have to change. We have to keep moving forward. And I just feel like Greensboro is on the move, and there's some things about trying to maintain that will be a hindrance to us in the future. And that's why I have this vote against it. But I love all of you. That's the reason. That's the reason.
Okay, so I think everybody's had
I have one other thing. Ms. Hoffman, I just wanted to make sure I got the house right, the one you're wanting to pull out. I just want to make sure I got it right, the one you...
It's the property at the corner of West Friendly and Holden.
It's right at the very beginning of
It's
the
right at the
overlay.
beginning.
Okay.
If you look at
Right there. Okay.
Yeah.
The address is 3701.
3701.
3701. Okay. All right. That's fine. That's all I needed.
Do you need them to show you the overlay again so you can see it?
And there's more frontage on that property on Holden than there is on Friendly.
Why don't we just pull it up, Ms. Hightower, so you can actually see it. The majority of that property actually runs back along Holden as opposed to fronting on Friendly.
No, I'm sorry, it's not that one.
And let me just say, if the vote is 5-4 this evening, either way, it will have to come back for a second reading.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a final vote, so we have to.
Oh, that's it.
Has to be a
Excuse me?
supermajority.
You want current slide?
Affirmative.
Yeah,
It's an
five votes
if it's
against
an
and it's over.
affirmative 5-4 vote, then it will come back for a second reading. Okay. So can you just point out that long lot at the very right?
This lot right here.
See it?
Yeah. So that's what we pulled out. Okay. So there is a motion by Mrs. Hoffman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Keep in mind, if it's a 5-4 vote, we'll hear it again in November. Yes, please.
Councilmember Thurm.
I'm having trouble getting to the vote screen. I'm a yes.
And that passes 6-3, so that is a final decision. We do need the statement of consistency on the next item, because there are two. So on item,
I think it needs for
bear
both.
with me, H7.
Mayor,
So we need a statement of consistency
For
for
both.
both. So, Mrs. Hoffman, could you read it just into the record?
Certainly.
For H6.
The Greensboro,
Yes.
the Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the zoning request to establish the West Friendly Avenue Neighborhood Conservation Overlay for the properties fronting along Friendly Avenue from North Holden Road to West Ridge Road. Do we need to put in the exception?
No.
Okay.
Will.
To be
Yes, yes, you do, I think.
With the exception of 3701 West Friendly, to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed West Friendly Avenue overlay supports uses that fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owners and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
All right, so let's just re-vote on that to make it correct.
So
We could do a voice vote since we took a,
so the sufficiency statement was just read was for 7.
I know.
So we
Oh,
need
it's for
we need one
7.
read for 6. And you're right, you could do it by
Okay,
both votes.
so 7 is moved also by Mrs. Hoffman and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. So we're voting on 7 right now. Sorry about that. Mrs. Thurm?
Yes.
And again, that passes 6-3 with Councilman Holston, Matheny, and Dr. Wells voting against. For the record, Mrs., can we read the statement of consistency for?
Sure. You want to read it again?
For 6, yeah. Sorry about that.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the zoning request to establish the West Friendly Avenue Neighborhood Conservation Overlay for the properties fronting along Friendly Avenue from North Holden Road to West Ridge Road, with the exception of 3701 West Friendly Avenue, to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed West Friendly Avenue overlay supports uses that fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on adjacent properties. The request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owners and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
And that was a 6-3 vote. Thank you. Now we'll move on to items, let's see, 8 and 9.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mrs. Thurm?
before we do that, I'd like to ask to be excused for the rest of the meeting. I've been sitting as long as I can sit.
Second.
Yes. All in favor, say aye. Aye. You are excused.
Thank you.
We'll give the chamber a moment to clear. If you could clear the chamber quietly so we could continue our meeting. Item H8 and H9. H8 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for the property located at 5508 Hilltop Road and a portion of Hilltop Road, 1.41 acres, Zinzulo, I can't pronounce that, OSYJWEWE, and Yavela, Bradshaw, and the City of Greensboro. And item H9, public hearing for an ordinance Item H9, a public hearing for an ordinance for original rezoning at 5508 Hilltop Road and a portion of Hilltop Road right-of-way. Again, Zinzulo and Yavila S. Bradshaw and the City of Greensboro. We do not have any speakers for 8 and 9. Well, a very brief overview.
I will defer to council if you'd like to move the items. I don't object. It's an annexation for an existing single-family dwelling to access city services.
Water and sewer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's a water and sewer. Well, there, yeah. All right. Moved by Mrs. Abuzawaiter, seconded by Mr. Holston. Close the public hearing. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, we're closed. So I need a motion for H8. Dr. Wells, you made the motion for H8? Okay, do we have a second? Seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote. That's for the annexation. Item H9 will require a statement of consistency. This passes 8-0. H9 moved by Mr. Holston. Second. Seconded by Mrs. Abuzawaiter.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the property at 5508 Hilltop Road and a portion of Hilltop Road right-of-way from County RS 40 residential single family to City R3 residential single family 3 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed City R3 zoning district permits uses that fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties, and the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. That passes 8-0. Items H10 and H11. H10 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for properties located at 5936 Burlington Road and 626 Knox Road, 71.08 acres. Tom Terrell on behalf of Chris Raleigh for Pulte Homes Company and others. And item H11, a public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for 5936 Burlington Road and 626 Knox Road. Tom Terrell on behalf of Chris Raleigh for Pulte Homes. We do have two speakers in favor. Mr. Kirkman, do you want to give us a brief overview?
I'll be very brief. Basically, the request is to annex the property into the city, establish city plan unit development and zoning for residential development. I'll touch on that in just a second with the conditions. The surrounding zoning is a combination of county AG and PI, public and institutional, as well as city CDRM18 conditional district residential multifamily. The property is not currently developed at this time. It is designated as residential on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and as urban general on the future built form map. This is, again, a plan unit development. There's a unified development associated with this request. There is one condition. This is what is limited to in terms of the types of residential uses. Staff is recommending approval of the request. This was heard by Planning and Zoning Commission at their September 16th meeting. Unanimous recommendation for both the annexation and the original zoning. At that hearing, there were two speakers in favor and one in opposition. I can answer any questions.
Do we need to accept those, or were they?
This is the existing condition, yes.
Yes.
There are no additional.
There are no additional conditions. This is what was advertised as part of the hearing.
Okay.
Any kind of traffic information. Any kind of traffic information. And I'm sorry I'm asking questions because I really wasn't informed about this development ahead of time. I got a 2-minute conversation at the last zoning and didn't find out really about what this was about until Saturday. And so I had a conversation with the zoning attorney that it helps to be informed.
Right. There's a draft summary of the traffic study in the staff report. Certainly can let the applicant speak to further questions about the traffic study.
Yes,
So
because you're talking about, it's 71 acres, and we're talking about, I don't even know how many homes we're talking about, but what changes out there?
I think it's probably better to let the applicant give you more details.
So we do have two speakers, Lois Miles and Timberly Sutherland.
Good afternoon. I'll try to keep this very short. My name is Timberly Sutherland. I'm appearing in the place of Tom Terrell on behalf of the applicant. Joined with me today, I have Kenneth Binkley, and I also have Kyle Bunker, as well as Miss Lois Miles, who is one of the property owners. Mr. Binkley and Mr. Bunker are representatives of Pulte Homes, so they'll be available for you if you have any questions. I think we have Miss Dion Brown. She's hung around, and she's with Davenport Engineering, and she was a part of the TIA that was conducted on the property. So as stated in the staff report, and I'm going to try to not take up too much time and be too redundant, this is an annexation request along with a planned unit development request. Currently, the conditions on the property are limited to townhomes and single-family homes with accessories units. What's being proposed is 210 single-family homes and 139 townhomes. This has been approved as consistent with Greensboro 2040, and this is just in line with everything we've been talking about today of the need for the growing housing in this area and in East Greensboro. And so I'm open for any questions, but I don't want to take too much time, and we have the property owner and members from Pulte as well. I can continue with the presentation, but I want to be respectful.
Can you give us a little bit more? I hear you. 210 single-family homes, 139, so that's 349. How does that impact this area out Knox Road and Burlington Road?
Absolutely. So I'll pull up. This is our conceptual site plan, and you can kind of see the layout of the single-family and townhomes. Both of the access points that have been identified are off of Knox Road. And I think that was determined by collaboration with city staff and city departments, along with NCDOT.
So are there going to be any road improvements? Because Knox Road is like a 2-lane road.
So what was identified in the TIA was that there will be a southbound right turn lane into the first access on Knox Road, but currently with the TIA, that was the only suggested improvement to Knox Road.
That's a lot of traffic.
And I have Dion Brown here as well.
Good evening,
Hey,
Deanne
Dion.
Brown,
Hey, Dion.
119 Brookstown Avenue, Winston-Salem, with Davenport. Yes, because I'm short. Yes, there will be improvements on Knox Road based upon safety as well as traffic counts. We have recommended a southbound right turn lane at the main access here. And then the second access will not have any improvements, but DOT could come back during their site plan review and require those improvements.
Well, they haven't seen it thus far?
Yes, they've seen it.
Okay. And so it's just one turn in?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I don't really know what else to ask because I'm just seeing it for the very first time. I guess it's just plain rezoning, huh? Beg your pardon? Yeah. It's more people, that's for sure. I hope they got somewhere to eat.
I think this complements agenda item number 5 that just got approved with increased commercial retail use and additional single family and townhomes in that area. And I just want to apologize. I'm standing in for Tom Terrell, but
I know
in the
he
future-
told me, and I told him that I was going to be nice to you. I wasn't going to
Well, I appreciate it.
treat you like
But
I'm going to
I
treat
want to
him.
make sure that we're addressing your questions.
But right,
and concerns,
yeah,
so.
no, he, yeah. Don't worry about it. It's good. It's all good.
You are in a difficult position. Thank
Yeah,
you for being here.
It's fine. But
Is
thank
that
you.
is that your presentation? Are there other?
Well, can you go back to a couple slides before this one?
Is this the one? So this
one,
slide.
One more.
One more.
No, okay. I thought I saw some pictures of some rooftops or something. Maybe I did.
So we included a report that was in the Triad Business Journal that just talked about the increased need for housing. It's expected that 200 homes are needed to sufficiently create
200,000?
200,000 homes. This was in the Triad Business Journal to keep up with the demand for housing in Carolina Core. We had a couple of conversations for other agenda items about the increased employment opportunities, commercial opportunities in east of Greensboro, and so I think this complements that as well.
And Sharon, that is the whole Carolina Core.
Yeah, I was going to say, because no way under the sun. We would, yeah.
That was a
but-
result of the meeting, the summit that I think Trebeck had a couple weeks ago on a Friday. That's what this article
That's
is
where
from.
that comes from, right?
Yeah.
So it just got thrown in there.
And so I think it's important to just remember who has supported this zoning designation annexation. Greensboro 2040 has determined that this is an area for residential use. This is in Growth Tier 1, which Greensboro has identified that there is sufficient infrastructure and services that are available to service this property and for the growing development at this property. We have a property owner here, Ms. Lois Miles. She is signed up to speak if you would like to hear from her. And we have obviously the support of the zoning commission, and staff has issued their recommendation.
You have a neighborhood community meeting, when was that? Where was that? Because,
So the neighborhood community meeting was held on September 10th, and that was held at the McLeansville Fire Department, which was just right down the road. So we had 6 attendees. They were just adjacent property owners who showed up and were just interested in the development. They had questions. They wanted to know what was coming in, what was being proposed, and they all showed their support. I think they all understood that this is going to be a growing area, and so I don't think they were surprised, but I think that they were just curious of what was going to be put in place.
Okay. So, well, at least you had a community meeting, even though you had it at the fire station down there. Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Kimberly.
Thank you.
Move to close.
Any other speakers wishing to speak?
If you would like to hear from Ms. Lois Miles, she's here.
We're
we're fine.
Ready to go. I appreciate it.
Sharon, you
Yeah, I did. Move to close the public hearing.
Sharon moved to close the public hearing, seconded by Mr. Holston. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes 8-0. Do we have moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Hightower? Okay. And that is for the annexation. Council, please vote. The next item will require a statement of consistency.
That's the one I thought that, no.
Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mr. Holston.
Yeah, that's the one I was telling you to read, so I didn't sound so nasally. You're right. That's a.
We'll switch it. I'm sorry. It was actually we that moved it and Sharon did the second.
Okay.
Yes.
Mayor Vaughn, could you confirm who moves that?
Mr. Holston moved it. Mrs. Hightower seconded it.
Yes, the Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the properties at 5936 Burlington Road and 626 Knox Road from County AG Agricultural to City PUD Plan Unit Development to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed city PUD zoning district, as conditioned, permits uses that fit the context of surrounding area and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. And the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote.
Mayor Vaughn.
Oh, did I not? Sorry. I know. And that passes 8-0. Okay, items H12 and H13. H12 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for the property located at a portion of 504544 Jessup Grove Road, 3.0 acres. Mark Isaacson on behalf of James Hale for Hat Ventures LLC. And item H13, a public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning for a portion of 4544 Jessup Grove Road. Mark Isaacson on behalf of James Hale for Hat Ventures LLC.
Thank you, Mayor Vaughn. This request is annexation and original zoning to facilitate new residential development on this property. The request is to go to City CDRM5, Conditional District Residential Multifamily. North and west of the request is Zone County RS40 Residential Single Family. East and south are a combination of County RS40 and City R3 Residential Single Family. Subject property has has a single-family home on it at this point. North and south of the request are single-family dwellings. East request is a religious assembly use, and west request are single-family dwellings and an agricultural use. It's designated residential in the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and urban general in the future built form map. This is the condition that is associated with this request, limiting it to uses of duplexes, townhomes, and twin homes. We did conclude that this does meet the comprehensive plan's goals to expand Greensboro's citywide network of unique neighborhoods, offering residents of all walks of life a variety of quality housing choices, and the community connections strategy to ensure quality, quantity, and diversity of housing choices. This request represents a small increase in residential density in this area while allowing a greater flexibility for development and lot configuration, and we feel this is compatible with the surrounding area. We are recommending approval of the request. This item was heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission at their September 16th meeting. Unanimously recommended both the annexation and original zoning. There were no speakers on this item. Can I answer any questions?
We do have 2 speakers in favor of this item. Nick Blackwood and James Hale.
Do you have a very short presentation? Do you have a very short presentation?
Very short presentation coming. Madam Mayor and members of council, thanks for your time this evening. My name is Nick Blackwood, 804 Green Valley Road here in Greensboro. I'm pinch hitting for Mark tonight. And with me, if you have any questions, is Alex Hale, who's a representative of the applicant. So here, I'm sorry? Oh, hi, Sharon.
No.
So this is a really straightforward request. I think it's really the switch to the rezoning to the RM district is solely because we have to have the residential multifamily district for townhomes. It's the lowest density residential multifamily district in the ordinance. So no traffic study required, no foreseeable impacts on neighboring property owners. We had a neighborhood meeting, no opposition. So happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions?
Move to close the public hearing.
Second. All in favor, say aye. Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Hugh. This is for the annexation. Council, please vote. The next item, H13, requires a statement of consistency. Well, we need the vote. That passes 8-0. Moved by the H13, moved by Mary Kay, seconded by Mr. Holston.
The Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the property at a portion of 4544 Jessup Grove Road from County RS 40 residential single family to City CDRM 5 conditional district residential multifamily 5 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 comprehensive plan and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed City CDRM 5 zoning district as conditioned permits uses that fit the context of surrounding areas and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. And the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. And that passes 8-0. We'll move on to items H14 and 15. We have no speakers on these items. H14 is a public hearing for an ordinance annexing territory into the corporate limits for the property located at 5101, 5101ZZ, and 5106 Summit Avenue, and a portion of Summit Avenue right-of-way, 2.2 acres, Christy Lynn and Bill Dean Buckner, and the City of Greensboro. And item H15, public hearing for an ordinance for original zoning, 5101, 5101ZZ, and 5106 Summit Avenue, and a portion of Summit Avenue right-of-way, Christy Lynn and Bill Dean Buckner, and the City of Greensboro. And that is for the annexation. Council, please vote. Item H15 will require a statement of consistency.
Mr. Matheny?
Well, who are you waiting for?
Mr. Matheny?
Zach? You're making the meeting run long. That passes 8-0. H15,
I moved
Mary Kay?
15.
Well, she's got it.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Moved by Mary Kay, seconded by Dr. Wells.
All right, the Greensboro City Council believes that its action to approve the original zoning request for the property at 5101, 5101ZZ, and 5106 Summit Avenue, a portion of Summit Avenue right-of-way and a portion of Candlenut Road right-of-way from County RS 30 Residential Single Family to City R3 Residential Single Family 3 to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The request is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan's future built form map and future land use map. The proposed City R3 zoning district permits uses that fit the context of surrounding areas and limits negative impacts on the adjacent properties. And the request is reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will benefit the property owner and surrounding community, and approval is in the public interest.
Council, please vote. And that passes 8-0. We now move on to item H16. H16 is a public hearing for an ordinance for a rezoning for a portion of 2645 Randleman Road, Zachary E. Sharp for Cipriano, Berescope, Cabria, and others. We do have speakers both for and against that item. Mr. Kirkman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Vaughn. Again, the request is to rezone the back portion of 2645 Randleman Road from the current light industrial zoning to commercial medium zoning. As you can see on the map, north and east of this request is currently zoned light industrial. South of the request is zoned commercial medium and CDLI conditional district light industrial, and west of the request is zoned commercial medium. The subject property currently contains a roofing contractor's office. North of the request is a dental office. East of the request is a wholesale trade use. South of the request are an automobile service shop and industrial gas wholesale use. West of the request are a tattoo parlor and an outdoor storage use. The property is designated as commercial on the future land use map of the comprehensive plan and urban general on the future built form map. Staff has concluded that this request is consistent with the comprehensive plan's growing economic competitiveness, big idea, to build a prosperous, resilient economy that creates equitable opportunities to succeed, and the filling in our framework strategy to encourage higher density, mixed-use, walkable infill development. This proposed request accommodates a wide range of retail, service, office uses in a mixed-use environment, and these uses, staff has concluded, is consistent with adjacent uses on adjacent tracks. The request is appropriate given the property's location along a major thoroughfare as well. This item was heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission at their September 16th meeting and was approved 5-4. There was one speaker in favor and one speaker in opposition. I can answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Kirkman? Yeah.
Let's hear this story.
So the speakers we have signed up in favor are Zachary Sharp and Cameron Dozier. We've one speaker against.
For. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Zachary Sharp, and this is Cameron Dozier, my associate. We're both from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. We've prepared a statement from the client, or the client has prepared a statement that we'd like to read out to you guys in regards to this.
So I have a question regarding the statement. It does talk about a number of things that you would, or that the owner would be willing to do, such as music cutoff, event end time, security. Are you offering these as conditions to the rezoning?
He can't. It's not a conditional rezoning. So
This is what we're offering in rebuttal to the meeting that we had with the city or community leaders in our previous meetup.
You know, the issue is that this is not legally binding.
Nope.
If you had done a conditional use rezoning, you could have offered these in as conditions, which certainly would have given the neighborhood, you know, more feeling that this was accurate. You can say anything you want, but if it's not in a condition, it's not legally binding.
Nope.
Well,
I would like to add, so we understand that. I just want to kind of clarify.
If you could give us your name too.
My name is Cameron Dozier with the Brown Architecture, and so initially when we were doing this, it was going to be submitted as conditional rezoning. Somewhere in the process, it got switched at the very end, which Zach got some clarification on. So for whatever reason, how it transpired, it wasn't submitted as conditional rezoning. From my understanding, it was going to be a conditional rezoning all the way up to the point we got here, and I found out it wasn't.
Well,
So-
can they refile as a conditional rezoning without an additional fee? Since there seem to be.
We can make that happen, yes.
You can make that happen? If you would like to refile as a conditional rezoning.
Well, that was what we wanted to do, and you know, we met with Sharon Hightower. She was at the community outreach meeting, and we kind of came to a consensus that we were planning to go get a continuance when we came here today. But the owner did not want to do that. He wanted to move forward regardless. And so in our best effort to show that we're listening to the community, because really the only negative feedback we got was from the people who came to the community outreach, which was 4 members that say they
That's a pretty big statement.
Yeah, but it was only people saying they represented the community, which I understand they do. Now, part of the letter states from the owner, he said that he didn't feel there was proper representation regarding the Hispanic community. So that was an effort he made to go out and reach out to the local Hispanic community on Randleman Road, which is a big part of Randleman Road, and which is what this event center is also going to play a big part in, which, again, the letter gets into it, which we'll get into more. But there's a big language barrier for a lot of Hispanics in the area that don't speak good English. They have a hard time calling up an only English-speaking event venue to schedule an event. So it's really a good thing what he's trying to do, or at least he wants to do events, so that's what he wants to do. He's got a lot of community members that he can influence. And I guess really we're offering this in good faith. You know, we say this is about the community, right? Well, what does it mean when a person's been in the community for 14 years or more, supporting the community, raising his business, you know, having a good business in the area, mechanic shop? He was also commended by other community leaders.
So you want to move forward with the zoning tonight
we're moving
as
forward
a,
with because that's what the client wants.
at your own peril at this
Yes.
point.
Right.
And he is prepared to wait, because I think we have to wait a year before we can even resubmit this back again.
Just to be clear, if the council votes to deny the request this evening, they could file a conditional zoning without having to wait the additional time. It would be considered substantially different.
They'd have to pay for it. If they come back, they'll have to pay for it. We're giving them the option tonight to get a second bite at the apple and not pay for
And
it.
not have to pay.
You were saying you.
But they want to move. Yeah. I had all this conversation.
Okay.
Now, I
Meeting
personally
with- I
believe that a lot of the things that are, you know, the community leaders were against are really things that can be done anyway if, say, a restaurant was to be put there. So I kind of feel like some of the opinions are a little biased whenever the community that was reached out to outside of the 4 members that came to the community outreach meeting was nothing but support. So, which we have documentation, we have all that with us. It's all in Spanish, so I don't know if y'all read Spanish.
No, we do have some in English as well.
We do have some in English, but that was an effort we tried to make, because also we sent out forms, right, in English. Now, obviously, we didn't have any turnout of Hispanic folks, right? He's a big leader in the Hispanic community in this area. We didn't have any Hispanic people come out, but everything we sent out was in English, right? So if there is a language barrier, that's probably part of the reason why they didn't show up. So then after this, we talked with the owner and we're like, okay, well, if you want to do this, we need to go get some feedback from the Hispanic community. So he went door to door, knocking on the doors of these people and the people that come to his mechanic shop, and got feedback from them. And so that's kind of what we
So he got feedback from them, but they didn't come out, but they will come out to an event, what you're saying. They wouldn't come out to talk about this, but they'll come out if there's an event party.
They wouldn't come to this public hearing?
That's not what he's saying.
Well, we do have a vibrant Hispanic community, and there are lots of organizations that could have reached out on your
Right.
behalf.
Right,
That-
and we reached out to the
Reached out to
city,
them
and
as well.
we asked the city to give
Well, the
us
city
community.
doesn't do that. That's your job. But you could have reached out to the Latino organizations
Right.
who could have reached out to
Right.
to their membership.
They got a whole magazine,
Yeah.
magazine, I know. Max
Well-
Bezenta or something, this is the name. Yeah.
So again, you have an opportunity to withdraw, or you can move forward.
If you can move forward, it's
I
up
mean-
to you, but.
I'm going to say move forward unless I have an opportunity to call the client and see what he wants to do. So, I mean,
Well, if he's
it sounds like
already,
we're moving
it
forward.
sounds like to me, he's already
Well, we're already-
decided, because he had an opportunity tonight that I sat there and spoke to them, you all, and told you all what needed to have happened, and it didn't happen, that you didn't send an email to zoning back again, to go ahead on and see what we could do to continue it or to refile. And so,
No, I understand. I mean, I knew what we were coming into. It's kind of a hard position to be put in whenever your client
Well,
tells you to move forward regardless.
I think as Mr. Holston said, you can kind of read the writing on the wall. You can take a continuance to the next meeting in November and try to get your acts together in the meantime. Otherwise, we
Madam
move
Mayor,
forward.
I don't,
Okay, so
as long,
it sounds like we're all already in opposition to this before even hearing the rezoning case. is what it
Sir, I'll
sounds
Matt-
tell you, your attitude right now is not helping you.
yeah, well,
I understand.
that is kind of what happened at the zoning meeting too, so I will tell you that.
I would also like to state that
so-
we did not have an attitude at the zoning meeting. Ms. Hightower had an attitude before she even walked in the building. So we're calling people
That's,
out.
that's me. That's me.
So it
All
sounds
right,
like we're.
let's let them finish.
Say that they coming and integrating the community members that came out to meet with you
Right.
probably hasn't helped you.
No, I would agree.
Yeah, we need to stay focused. Please continue. We'll hold our comments.
What do you think we should do?
No, it doesn't sound like.
That doesn't sound like it's going to go well. Well, I'd say we've already got a backup plan, so, we could move forward.
Just move forward, I guess.
Suppose you give them
Yeah,
a chance.
so we'll move forward.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh. Okay.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and start out with the statement from the owner. I would like to clarify the recent decisions regarding the rezoning request and the event center development. After careful consideration and community feedback, I have decided to move forward with the event center. I understand the concerns raised and am taking steps to address them by implementing legally binding deed restrictions and additional site improvements, even though it is technically not required of me for this non-conditional rezoning. To ensure that the event center operates responsibly and in line with community standards, the following restrictions will be implemented via deed restrictions, either through the interim mixed use district or IMUD process, or by working with an attorney to record them, which will include music cutoff. Music will be cut off by 12 a.m. to minimize late night disturbances. Event end time. No event shall last beyond 2 a.m. Security for events without alcohol. There will be at least one security guard for every 100 guests. If alcohol is served, at least one security guard will be provided per 75 guests as required. Security cameras. Both properties will be equipped with 24/7 active cameras in all areas currently lacking visual coverage. Existing cameras will be upgraded to HD and 360-degree view if necessary to ensure complete security monitoring. Signage will be installed on site alerting public that it has active security for monitoring the area in order to help deter unwanted or illegal activity. Alcohol permits. If alcohol is to be served, the event host will be required to obtain an ABC permit and provide the permit documentation to the owner, who will then submit it to the security staff. If the host fails to provide the permit prior to the event, no alcohol will be allowed on the premises. Security personnel will be instructed to escort any individuals with alcohol off the property and, if necessary, take further action if compliance is not met. In addition to these deed restrictions, I am voluntarily committing to the following site improvements. Sound dampening. Additional sound dampening panels will be installed inside the building to reduce any noise from within. Front parking will be reworked. This will allow better traffic flow, parking configurations, handicap parking, and additional landscaping. Parking and traffic control. Clear signage will be in place during all events to direct event parking and prevent any overflow into adjacent businesses or residential areas. Site lighting. Additional site lighting will be added to meet foot candle requirements and will remain on throughout the night to deter any unwanted activity. No privacy fence. The decision to not install a privacy fence around the event center is intended to enhance security, promote visibility, and discourage unwanted activity. Privacy fences can create hidden areas that may encourage loitering or illegal behavior, while an open space allows for natural surveillance by the community and better oversight by security personnel. This open design also ensures that emergency responders have easy access and fosters a more welcoming and inclusive atmosphere and encourages responsible behavior from event attendees. Furthermore, I want to highlight how this event center will benefit the entire community with a strong focus on the Hispanic Latino community. As a business owner on Randleman Road and an active member of the Hispanic Latino community, I've often noticed that our voices are underrepresented in decisions that directly affect us. This lack of representation motivated me to take specific action to ensure that the Hispanic Latino community was fully included in this process. I began by organizing a community outreach meeting with key leaders in the community, but did not feel there was adequate representation for the Hispanic community. Following that, I personally visited neighbors and businesses along Randleman Road, providing surveys in both English and Spanish to break down language barriers and ensure that all community input was heard. I'm proud to report that the majority of the feedback from both the Hispanic community and the community as a whole was positive and insightful, with many seeing this event center as a valuable addition. With the efforts I've described, it now feels that all voices within the community have been included, and we believe there is widespread support for this event center. Here is a few examples of the feedback I received. Some expressed that an event center would strengthen the Hispanic community as a whole. Many noted it would help with cultural diversity and provide a space for families to celebrate important milestones. Several community members emphasized the need for a venue to host religious and family events, specifically within the Latino community. Others highlighted that having an event center where the owner speaks Spanish is essential, as many Hispanics in the area face language barriers when booking venues or organizing events. These efforts demonstrate my commitment not just to operating a business, but to uplifting the community and providing a space that reflects its needs and values. I sincerely hope that community leaders will support this project, knowing that I am dedicated to standing by my word and implementing these restrictions and improvements to ensure the event center serves the best interest of the community. Thank you for the continued collaboration and trust. Sincerely, Cipriano.
No, I apologize for my attitude. I'll say that.
right now. Okay. Crystal Black?
Good evening, Council. It's been a long one. I am just going to speak briefly about this zoning case. There's been a lot of mistruths been given as far as what has been done with the community. The community did not get an invitation to discuss this until last Monday. Or before last Monday, we met last Monday. It was last minute. What we were told is that they didn't know that they had to reach out to the community, so they were informed by zoning to reach out. They reached out to the coalition. You all are very familiar with the Southeast Greensboro Coalition. We even have Hispanic members that could have attended if we had enough notice. So instead, our board members came to the meeting with Councilmember Hightower to discuss what the zoning would be. We were told in that meeting that the Planning and Zoning Department discouraged them from applying for a conditional loan. That's what we were told. We were told that they were told not to apply for a conditional loan. We were also told that they had emails of this, which we never received, because we wanted to know if that was true. They came with the conditions. We told them at that meeting that the conditions would not be honored if they did not have the conditional zoning. I blame it on being inexperienced, honestly, just by the way that that meeting was conducted, by the way that they came up here just a few minutes ago. I think that you have to present yourself in a way that you actually want something to pass. As far as with the community is concerned, the 750 feet should have done the outreach, but they didn't really outreach. The 750 feet, if you look in that area, do we have the map? If you look in that area, it's all businesses. So any outreach that you do with 750 feet is only going to be business owners. Now, when you get to residences and you're talking about this large Latino community, Woodley Lakes is right next door. Woodley Lakes is right next door. We're very familiar with the demographic of Woodley Lakes. We're very familiar with the demographic of Southeast Greensboro. And so to say that you walked up and down and got all of these surveys between last Monday and yesterday, and you have this huge outpouring of support from the Latino community, not one's here tonight. Not one was at the meeting when we were there on Monday, and we were the only ones that showed up. But let's get to the bottom line of what this is. This is a nightclub. It's what it is. It's a nightclub wrapped up in the words of an event center. And what we were told, when you drive from Randleman Road, from Glendale Drive to Industrial Drive, it's closed. We are shut down. Why? Because it is in a residential area. It's where people are laying their heads and they're going to sleep. So a 2 a.m. party that has no conditions wrapped around it is not what the neighborhood is going to accept. We explained that to them last Monday. They blamed it on Planning and Zoning Department. They wanted to accommodate. What they've presented to council today is nothing in what we agreed and discussed last Monday at our community meeting. 2 a.m. never mentioned. Alcohol never mentioned. We asked these specific questions. Is this going to be a nightclub? Nope. It's for quinceañeras, I think is what they said. They're not at 2 a.m. This is one step over from the ABC liquor store and a convenience store that already has crime problems right beside it. The next question we asked is, how are you going to exit and enter this area? You can barely fit 2 cars in the entrance and where they're trying to exit and enter people into this parking lot. You can barely get 2 cars there. So if there's an emergency, what's going to happen? How are you going to get people out of that back parking lot? And the numbers that they presented, 100 security officer per 100, How many people are we having? This is a split building. Half the building is roofing, and half the building they want to make an entertainment center. That half building cannot accommodate, I don't even think 200 people. But you're wording it now that you want to do a security guard per 100. It's a nightclub. We got enough problems on Randleman Road. We explained that to them. We offered to be accommodating with conditions. We even offered, can you go back to the department to maybe see if you can do the conditional zoning? But the words and the actions have changed when we got here tonight, which lets me know that the owner's intentions weren't truthful in the beginning. And so his representatives, he's not here tonight, which is an additional telling piece. And then you've changed everything that you discussed with the community from last Monday. It's a 360-degree turn. And we're at a nightclub in which we specifically asked them, is this what you're doing? And it was, no, we're not doing that. We want to make every accommodation that we can, is what we were told last Monday. And now we're back to a nightclub with sound walls and security for 100 people, per 100 people. Southeast Greensboro deserves better. We want what Friendly wants. And, I did notice that the two representatives were very excited about the passing of the overlay. I wonder what their addresses are. Their home addresses. Excuse me? Oh. Well, they were supporting the overlay tonight. But I will say that Southeast Greensboro is against this, one, because we've been lied to. This is not what we want in our community. We have enough nightclubs, we got enough vape shops, we got enough tire shops. We have all of that aplenty along Randleman Road. Bring us something different. Thank you.
Minute rebuttal, if you wish to exercise it.
Well, quite a bit to rebuke, I would say. She makes it sound so bad. So, unfortunately, the client did kind of go back and forth. He's never been through this before. We don't have a lot of experience, so I'll admit that. If y'all want to fault us for that, giving it our best shot, then you can certainly.
That's why we're trying to help you along.
Right, I understand. So I would say, regarding, there's several things that I need to, I guess, hit on. Regarding the front entry, it already meets the width requirements for the City of Greensboro, so I'll state that. Now, I think the real reason that that's become an issue is because the parking configuration that's there, it's not delineated very well. And you can see on the site layout, we're proposing a much better layout, much cleaner, additional landscaping, right? So we're going to clean up the area, very much so. Now, I know that, we feel, y'all may feel, some of y'all may feel, that the statement provided by the owner is just fluff and he's just going to tell us that so he can go just not do it. And, we were hoping that there would be a little bit of trust in him as, someone who's been here for the community, but I don't know if that's the case. So, but either way, I think, let me talk some other comments. So regarding the community outreach, we scheduled it. We had 30 days, right, to come back to our next hearing. We had our first hearing. We had an outreach then. We reached out to the community and did the forms and the letters and everything. We didn't get much feedback from that, so we did an additional one, right, which we scheduled, I think, we ended up doing it last week. We sent it out a week after or a week and a half after our public hearing here. So we gave people 2 weeks to show up, right? And again, to speak to our inexperience, we relied a little bit on the professionals here. We relied on the City of Greensboro to connect us with the community leaders, right? We got connected with the people we thought that was only involved. So we didn't even know there was a Latino community, and, partially that's our fault, I would assume, for not looking into that. Sorry, community leader representation is what I meant. So either way, with us not having these resources, when we asked for them and didn't receive them, It wasn't volunteered. You know, we should have done more due diligence. So unfortunately, it is the way it is. Now, I would say, as far as the rules, you know, I don't know, because we spent a lot of time, the owner and I, trying to come to, because we really wanted to implement, I guess, the things that were discussed at the community meeting. Now, it kept going back to the owners, just like, well, I don't know, you know, I know this is mainly for quinceañeras, family parties, and this different stuff. I just don't want to tie my hands and tell people they can't do that. So I think it became more of just he wanted to keep his options open and not be pushed into a corner and feel like he has to do this. Because, I mean, honestly, he didn't want to not do alcohol, right? And I think it was partially assumed that bad things would happen there, right? But I think he's proved as a community leader. He's came in and cleaned up this building. He's running a successful business. I mean, he cleaned up the adjacent lot beside him and put a nice business in there. And it was acknowledged by the person who just spoke against me that he did that. That was acknowledged at the meeting, yet that's ignored now. It's now he's a bad person, right? He's also a Hispanic guy. He's not familiar with this process. He didn't want to do it. He asked us to do it. We didn't really want to do it either, to be honest with you. But to help take care of our client and move forward on this project, try to help it complete it for him for something that we believed in. We think he's doing good. Genuinely, I mean, this is one of the better clients that I've had. I've dealt with a lot of clients. I deal with a lot of bad people, and this is a good guy. So, and I know that probably doesn't mean much, me saying that, but but either way, you know, the truth is the truth. So, I don't know. Is there any questions for me, I guess, regarding some of the things that were said?
You know,
I don't think anyone is questioning your character or the character of the owner. It's simply that we have to deal with what's presented in front of us. And right now we have a straight zoning case. So this letter, although it's 2 pages and it's nice and it has a lot of information in it,
right,
we have to ignore it.
Okay.
Period. And then take it on its face value that this is a full-fledged zoning with everything that comes with it.
Right.
So that's what you're getting from us right now, which is why we said what we said earlier, that, you know, think about it. Maybe it's a chance to go back and retool, but you decided to go forward, so we're going forward now.
Right.
And, you know, I appreciate you being here, and this will rise or fall on its merits.
Yeah.
well, I mean, Crystal still has a rebuttal. They still
And then I have
44
comments
seconds.
after we close
Yes.
the public hearing.
Okay.
Crystal, are you all, I guess if they're not finished, I guess.
I was going to say, I mean, is it, you know, let's say he put a restaurant there. Can't the same issues that, or the concerns of a nightclub happen also at a restaurant?
No,
Can't they also
they're
party?
actually, they're 2 separate zoning classifications.
items.
Well, currently, I just received information today that he would be able to move forward with a restaurant without having to go through rezoning. So that, most likely, I don't know what he's going to want to do, but that is an option for him. But if the concern is really partying and alcohol and all these things like that we're trying to stop him from doing, or at least put protections in, but he can move forward tomorrow and do a restaurant and do the very same things.
Mike, is
No,
that
and
true?
So, you know, we've had an issue of people opening restaurants that are really nightclubs, and that's not allowed.
And right,
And
it's not allowed.
so, I mean, he may think that's what he can do. He may try it, but it's not going to happen.
Zoning will come out.
I would like to clarify, he's not opening a nightclub. I know that's been accused of him, but that is not his intention. He said the Hispanic culture, they like to party later, right? That doesn't necessarily mean it's a nightclub. They could have a quinceañera where they party till 2 in the morning, because I was asking him, I was like, are you really going to have that? And he was like, well, the Hispanic culture is just different. They just party, their parties are different than, you know, and I don't know. I mean, I told him, I was like, dude, I would be ready to go to bed, and I'd be leaving there by 11 o'clock.
So when I sat in the meeting with you all, he did not talk about 2 a.m. You all said 12 o'clock. And today to see 2. So we had this full discussion. I had a very honest discussion with you. Whether you thought I had an attitude or whatever you thought I had. But I had a straight up, honest conversation with you.
Right.
And I told you. And part of the issue is Randleman Road is already one of those corridors we are trying to clean up and improve.
Right.
And these are not, these types of things we don't need to have in the community, whether it's Hispanic, whether it's black, whether it's white. And so we told you that. I told you that. I talked to you all about it, and I made several suggestions to you at that time. So, you know, and I said even then, I said there's an ABC store on the corner, there's a convenience store that sells beer, and then if you put a club, that is 3 things in a row with no separation. And so without a conditional rezoning, there is no way you can do a fencing, any type of thing. You, no matter what you say in this document, it don't mean nothing.
Unless he did it, right?
Because no, it doesn't matter. If he did it or not, it's not a promise, because he could put it up today and take it down tomorrow. And so those conditions run with the property. So if he sold it tomorrow and somebody else bought it, they'd have to adhere to the very same things that are in on that condition.
Right.
And I told you all that. So we had this honest conversation, and the community, the people that were there, shared with you what they've been enduring for these last few years of dealing with Random Road being so congested with just anything, things happening. It's not saying you couldn't have a nice event center, but you need conditions with it, you know. But you're talking about doing things that there's no true commitment to. And so, hey, we could trust each other all day, but that doesn't get us to where we need to be. And so I had those honest conversations with you, and it's just, you know, it's concerning to me. You all told me at that meeting that you would send us emails where zoning sent you and said not to do a conditional rezoning, that just do a straight zoning. Well, zoning sent me an email, because I sent an email to them and I asked them the question. Okay. And what Mike told me in this document, an email that I got right here, is that you all chose not to do it so you wouldn't have to do a traffic impact study. And traffic was concerning because of being on Random Road, and if you're bringing 100 people at an event, that space is small, so I don't know how you would get 100 people in there. That would be scary. And I talked to you about fire, and I talked to you about capacity. I talked to you about all those things. So it can't be a shock to you that we feel this way. And our past history and our experience with these types of occurrences leads us to have these kinds of feelings and understand what measures need to be put in place for protection. Protection for you, protection for your business owner, protection for the community. And so it's not just a matter of just let you have a party or let you have a good time. Everybody likes to party and have a good time, but you got to do it safely and responsibly. That's what we talked to you about.
Yeah, no, I understand, and I think it was assumed that it would probably not be done safely, and I could see why through some of even the conditions as far as the 2 a.m., the 12 p.m., you know, maybe that would be assumed as well. I think ultimately the owner is just trying to keep his options open. You know, he's not trying to cause problems for the community. If anything, he's trying to better the community. That's what he's been doing since 2010. I mean, this is and this is what I got from working with him. Now, from my understanding, again, back to the conditional rezoning. Now, unless a different conversation happened with Zach that I wasn't aware of, we had a meeting with 4 city officials, and it was discussed that if we went with a conditional rezoning, we would not need a traffic study. And as long as we came along with the conditions that we wouldn't do a drive-through, you know, and we wouldn't do heavy traffic uses, then we would not need that traffic study. Now, we get the email on the 15th. It's a little bit different than what I recalled. Now, maybe I was kept out of the loop, so I'm a little uneducated in that regard, potentially. I don't know. I didn't get all the emails, so I can't really go back and research all of that. But
so
either way,
you know, I think we're straying
Are we
from
closing
the actual.
Are we closing the public hearing?
Well, no.
I need to ask him a question.
Chris,
So
okay.
thank you.
Are we moving to close? So move to close. I'm moving to deny.
Well, Crystal. You're done? Okay, close the public hearing.
Yeah, move to close the public hearing.
Sharon, Mary Kay. all
Move
in
to
favor?
deny the item.
All in favor, say aye. Okay. Did you get that, Angie? Sharon, you have to read the statement of consistency.
I've got it on the screen, Councilwoman, if you want. The statement's on the screen if you need it.
Crystal, Happy Jiho.
This is another one, Mr. Kirkman.
Wait, Sharon has to read the...
unlock your iPhone first.
I'm not talking to you. But while she was looking it up, I'm just curious, as in the disconnect on staff approving this and the conversations that we heard. I'm just curious about staff approval.
Yeah, let me go back to the map just a touch.
I mean, I read the staff.
Yeah, I mean, this is a portion of a property that was historically a recombination of property that pulled from another one to create this property. The front of the property is already zoned commercial medium. The area back here was basically intended to be a parking area to support commercial medium uses that were already allowed in the buildings that fronted on Randleman Road. Clearly, there were some other conversations that came up with that, but from a general land use standpoint, light industrial and commercial medium for most uses are very similar. I was correct that a restaurant use is also allowed in light industrial, a retail use is not, but a office use would also be allowed in light industrial. So there's some similarities to there in terms of the intensity with that, so we felt like this made sense to have consistent zoning on that one piece of property.
And I guess because there's so much confusion over going back and forth, and I mean,
I know.
You know, I think-
What kind of counseling do you give people when they come to you and don't know anything?
Well,
do you give them any counseling?
Can we please read the statement and...
The Greensboro City Council believes this action to deny the rezoning request for the property at a portion of 2645 Randleman Road from LI Light Industrial to CM Commercial Medium to be consistent with the adopted GSO 2040 Comprehensive Plan, considers the action taken to be reasonable and in the public interest for the following reason. The request is inconsistent with the Comprehensive Plan Future Built Form Map and Future Land Use Map. The proposed CM zoning district does not limit negative impacts on the adjacent properties, nor does it permit uses that fit the content of surrounding area. The request is not reasonable due to the size, physical conditions, and other attributes of the area. It will be a detriment to the neighbors and surrounding community, and denial is in the public interest.
Oh, Shay? What? Yes is to deny. Okay, that passes
Mayor
8-0.
To deny.
To deny.
I was going to try to help them, but
Hit yes?
I did hit yes.
Did you do it again? Okay. Now we move on to item H17, resolution to close a portion of Standard Drive, Cheryl Miller, Rita Phillips, Ann Kirkman, Ricky Rice, and Philip Kirkman. We do have Brian Pierce here to speak on the item. Thank you so much for your patience. This is probably pretty straightforward. I don't know that we even need
The only thing I would note to council is that the third condition for this request has been updated in discussions with the attorney for the developer and city staff, so the wording is slightly different than what went to the Planning and Zoning Commission. So as long as you're willing to just accept that
Do we have a
wording, if you
motion
want to
to
move the item,
accept
that would be fine.
Moved by Mr. Matheny, seconded by Mrs. Boozwaiter. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Okay. Is there a motion? Moved by Mr. Holston, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. All in favor, say aye. Aye. And that passes 8-0.
Thank you.
All right, just pretend we hit the button. Yeah. We're getting tired. All right. That is the end of our zoning. Now we move on to the general business portion of our agenda. And I'm going to read I-1 to I-4 in. And before I read it in, I want to say a big thank you to staff for all the hard work that they have done on the Pleasant Garden interlocal agreement, and this brings us one step closer. I-1 is an ordinance to amend state, federal, and other grant fund budget for Pleasant Garden water services in the amount of $5,500,000, and item I.2, resolution approving acceptance of state appropriated funds in the amount of $5,417,500 for Pleasant Garden infrastructure improvements, and item I.3, an ordinance to amend state, federal, and other grant fund budget for Pleasant Garden waterline project in the amount of $5,417,500, and item I.4, a resolution approving a contract in the amount of $734,400 with Hazen and Sawyer, P.C., to provide engineering services for design of the Pleasant Garden infrastructure improvements. This is for I-1, moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mr. Holston.
The state gives us this money. We don't have to pay this.
Correct. They actually gave the money to Pleasant Garden, and Pleasant Garden gave the money
It's
to
paying
us.
us.
Yeah. And Guilford, yes. That passes 8-0. Do we have a motion for I.2? Moved by Mrs. Hightower, seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote.
Eddie be happy she gets some water.
That passes 8-0. Do we have a motion for
So move.
I-3? Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Mrs. Hightower. Council, please vote.
Madam Mayor, can you repeat who made those motions?
That was moved by
I move.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Mayor Pro Tem,
and I
seconded
second
by
it.
Mrs. Hightower.
I second it. Thank you.
That passes.
Are you getting the
8 to
vote screen, Mayor?
What?
Do you have the vote screen?
Yeah, we just voted.
There it is.
Voted, came up 8-0.
It wasn't showing on my side, but it popped up.
Okay. Item I-4. Motion? Moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mr. Holston. Council, please vote.
I just have one quick question for Mike. Now that we've passed this, I meant to ask the question real quick with Pleasant Garden, but now that we passed it, how soon do you start to implement?
As soon as council approves the design contract, which is I-4, we immediately get the design team to start designing it. It's probably going to take 9 months to 12 months to complete the design and property acquisition, but once that's done, we'll start constructing. So I'm hopeful by about this time next year, we'll be presenting council with a construction contract for approval.
And this is for industrial use.
Correct. And the fire station. I think they
Yes,
want we approved
fire
it.
station.
Yeah.
Right.
Item I.5 and I.6. Item I-5 is a resolution approving an engineering services contract in the amount of $1,170,000 with CDM Smith, Inc. for the Mitchell wastewater high service pump and surge improvements, and I.6, ordinance amending capital project revenue bond fund budget to fund Mitchell high service pump design in the amount of $1,170,000. Motion on I-5? Moved by Dr. Wells, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem.
That's right down the street from Golden.
Councilmember Hightower?
I know.
I know what you think.
Mike know why I'm looking at him. I really don't want to support it. MWB is horrible, but okay.
And that passes 8-0. Do we have a motion on I-6?
Move the item.
Moved by Mrs. Abuzawader, seconded by Dr. Wells. Council, please vote. That passes 8-0. I-7 is a resolution approving bid in the amount of $886,000 and authorizing execution of contract 2021-040A with Brees Enterprises, Inc. for the Distribution System Sample Station Improvement Project.
Move the item. Second.
Moved by Mrs. Abuzawader, seconded by Dr. Wells.
Councilmember Hightower?
Oh, sorry.
That passes 8-0. And finally, item I.8, resolution approving bid in the amount of $999,500 and authorizing execution of contract 2020-031D with Utility Service Co., Inc. for the 2024-2025 Fall Protection System Improvements Project.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Wells.
Second.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. And that passes 7-1 with Councilwoman Hightower voting against. Boards and commissions, real quick. Mrs. Hoffman, Dr. Wells.
I have one. I'd like to appoint C. Mill Best to the Commission on Status of Women to replace Latoya Gaithers. And I'd like to submit the name of Iris Day to the data bank. Thank you so much, Gold.
And so do we have a second on the appointment?
Appoint Camille Best.
Okay, seconded by Dr. Wells. All in favor say aye. Aye. That passes unanimously.
I'm done.
Boards and commissions, Mary Kay?
No.
Zach? Hugh? No. Sharon? Okay, brief comments.
Oh, real brief, because I am tired.
I
Mrs.
just.
Hoffman?
Oh, she's gonna go down the line.
Dr. Wells?
I don't have
Mayor
any.
Pro- Yeah, brief comments.
We have a new restaurant in the Renaissance Plazas. It's called Vibes Kitchen. And don't forget the Bingham Park meeting on the 22nd at 5:30. And the Irwin School meeting is the 24th at 6:30 at the mosque.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
None.
Brief. Mary Kay, brief.
Brief. Just one thing, I want to congratulate Mayor Pro Tem Johnson. She received a Trailblazer Award at the Proximity Hotel for Climate Week because she had started the Sustainability Council many, many years ago.
Very good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very nice award.
Oh, Sharon was there. That's right. Sharon was
Zach?
Oh,
Hugh?
that's okay.
Two very quick things. One is that there's a new restaurant opening in town at the Lawndale Square, the old Electric Tequila location. Aji Fusion, they'll be opening at the end of this month. Chamber ribbon cutting. And Jonathan Shannon is the proprietor. Looks like a great Peruvian restaurant. And next is this past weekend, there was an awesome event. It was the Mercy Showers. There were a bunch of organizations came together at Summit, kind of near the Historical Museum. I know that Mary Kay was there, and it was fantastic. You had groups such as the W.D. Muhammad Center, Unity Mentoring, Overcoming Deliverance, Level Up Parenting. Just a variety of organizations came together. They put up 2 shower tents, and they had some of the unhoused came over, and they had the showers, they had clothing, they had food. and there was a whole lot of love in that organization. And so, in light of current activities, current events going on, it's nice to see that there's some groups in our community who are proactive and thinking about the folks who are the most vulnerable and providing them with the services that they need.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon?
Just want to say congratulations. We had a great day, groundbreaking today for CEO Jeff Foster, who is doing phenomenal work, has a company, Core Molding Technology, and we celebrated his groundbreaking today for a $27.2 million building, economic investment in East Greensboro. He's moving. He's a homegrown business that started in High Point, but he grew in East Greensboro, and he's grown even more in East Greensboro, right on Mill Stream. And so in about a year, we'll see that building from the highway. And I want to say congratulations to him and his wife and family. They're doing great things for our young people. They really are a role model, an example of teaching our young children about STEM and the opportunities they can have for the future. So it was a great celebration today. Now, BMW drove up 8 hours just to celebrate with him. He has contracts with BMW, Husqvarna, and Mercedes-Benz, Honda, Toyota. I mean, it's really something to talk about a businessman, a black businessman, but he's got all, he truly is a name dropper. I mean, you know, every company he has is a name dropper. Rubbermaid, Hewlett-Packard, I mean, Merck, I mean, Volvo, I mean, so really, when you talk about his company, it is a name-dropping company, but it is really doing well, and it's just here in our city. So proud of Jeff Foster for all he's doing.
It's too bad you're not excited about it. Yeah. Anything else? No. Okay.
No.
Trey?
Nothing for me, but I will say that I feel very fortunate, and I feel like you all properly baptized me tonight with an extra long meeting, so thank you.
Thank you. Chuck?
I have nothing. Thank you.
Move to adjourn. All in favor say aye. We're adjourned.